I didn't have to bang my gavel. I will anyway. Good evening to the March 11th regular meeting of the Attachment Unified School District's Governing Board. Roll call, Ms. Barnes.
President Kaminsky,
Here.
Vice President Kelly,
Here.
Clerk Wood,
Here.
Trustee Cooper,
Here.
Trustee Christensen,
Here.
Trustee Napier,
Here.
Trustee Sweeney absent, Interim Superintendent Francis Lynch,
Here.
and I'm Deanna Barnes.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Tonight's flag salute and moment of silent reflection will be led by McKenna Legat. She is the Adult Education Program Director. Welcome.
If you all join me and stand in the Pledge of Allegiance, place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Item 2, approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Kelly, I make the motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly and seconded by Clerk Wood to approve the agenda as presented. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Number 3, recognition of Capturing Kids' Hearts student greeters. Superintendent Lynch.
Good evening, everyone. This month, our Capturing Kids' Hearts greeters are from Golden Hills Elementary School, and they are Peyton Schneider in the 5th grade, Kaya Harris Ladson in the 3rd grade, Melanie Toscano in the 5th grade, Camilla Toscano in the 2nd grade, and I took one off the list, and I don't have the 5th one. Deanna, do you know the? Thank you all for being here tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you again to students from Golden Hills and their parents for coming out. And now we go to number 4, general function. Number 1, superintendent update. Interim Superintendent Lynch.
Thank you. I'd like to take a moment to once again recognize our Capturing Kids' Hearts greeters who are grabbing cookies on their way out over there. So one more round of applause for them. Alrighty, so Since our last meeting, I did attend the East Kern Superintendent's Luncheon. Went to Ridgecrest to meet with other superintendents from the East Kern section of Kern County. So area-wise, the largest chunk of space up there, that light green area, is East Kern. So quite a few school districts in there. Only 3 of us were there, but we are working to rejuvenate the AXA charter for our area in East Kern, and hopefully we'll get that going very soon so that we can get some training for our administrators and such through AXA. And right now, Dr. Moore and Dr. Martinez at Inyo Kern and Ridgecrest are leading that charge. So, also started attending Rotary Club meetings. I was able to attend on February 13th and February 27th, and then the most recent meeting was actually canceled due to the weather, which was a snow day for us as well. So looking forward to future meetings and continuing that. Alrighty, so I also went on some transitional kindergarten site visits. The cabinet, well, most of the cabinet, Ms. Paxton, Mr. Antazari, and myself went to each of the elementary schools to see where we had room and where it might be possible to add TK classrooms as the need arises. And so right now, I think we're probably set with the number of classes we have, and we actually have a plan for if we do need additional classes. The age limit is expanding to include younger students, so we may have a need for additional sections for that class. But we've identified sites for them to continue for this coming school year. Tompkins Elementary School had their McTeachers Night over at the McDonald's on Tucker Street, and so I took the chance to get over there and say hello. It was very well attended, lots of parents, lots of staff. Even Tommy the Tiger was there. As you can see, I got a picture with him in the drive-thru, so fun event overall. Last Friday, I believe it was, no, a week ago last Friday, I was able to attend the first pitch ceremony where we played Bakersfield Drillers. And so got a chance to meet all of our baseball players very briefly, spoke to a couple of them, spoke to our coach quite a bit, and then throughout the first pitch, was a bit low and inside, but at least it made it to the plate, so I'll take it. Yep. And then we did win the game 8-3, so that was a good outcome there. We did have a snow day on March 6th, last Thursday. We were closed due to snow and ice on that date. The next available day to make up was yesterday, and so we had school yesterday. So we've already made up that day, and we're still current on school days. So if we do have to close this Thursday, the next date available will be the 28th of this month, will be the makeup day. So, alrighty, and then our sports update. So, quick rundown. I'll start with those sports that came to an end at the end of our winter season here. We did have 4 girls qualify for Masters tournament at the Selland Arena. Reese Hart took first place in the sectional and 4th place at Masters. Jaslyn Ramirez took 6th place at Masters. Both of them went to state tournament, participated in the tournament on February 27th and 28th. Boys wrestling had 6 boys qualify for the Masters tournament, but none moved on to state. So both teams ended the season strong, girls finishing first in their league and boys second in theirs. Good job to our wrestling. Boys varsity basketball their final record was 16-9. Anthony Cervantes was selected to first team all-league, and Carter Colasar was given an honorable mention for all-league. And during the first round of CIF playoffs, they played the number 1 seed, Monash, and were up 10 points at halftime. However, 4 of their starters fouled out. Warriors ended up losing 65-75. It was awesome to see the improvement of the team over the course of the season, and they wanted to thank the athletic department and boosters for their support. Girls varsity basketball, after clinching league for the 3rd straight season, varsity girls team was placed in Division II bracket for CIF Central Section playoffs. Their first game was against Frontier and held at Tehachapi High School, which they won in a very close game. Then they headed out to round 2, where they played Monash at their home court, and the Lady Warriors fought hard but came up short in that game, ending their season with a loss. Corey Rodden was awarded MVP of the SYML League, and many other players receiving first and second team recognition. So good job to them as well. Girls varsity soccer, after clinching their league title with a hard-fought draw against South, the Lady Warriors turned their focus to CIF playoffs, traveled to Kerman for their first-round CIF match. It was an exciting back-and-forth matchup for quite a while, but as we pushed forward, Kerman took the advantage. Final score ended up being 5-0, which ended the season for the Lady Warriors. Coming into spring sports, boys tennis has a full varsity and nearly full JV team for the first time in several years. The team has competed against both Eastside High School and Foothill so far this year. Currently, varsity is 2-0 with 2 tough matches coming up against Burroughs and Highland. We're excited to see how the returning varsity players do this season and are excited to watch new members of JV develop. So far, the JV team has played 2 non-league matches. They were close against Highland, but didn't quite get the win. And this is the first JV team for Tehachapi boys tennis in quite a long time, and they're playing well, showing a lot of growth. So, for baseball, Frosh Soft Baseball has a current record of 2-2 with a big win against North during the Terrio tournament that they were playing last week. They will continue to play in that tournament this week. JV and varsity baseball, this season is off to a strong start with many things going on to help build our teams, our high school baseball program. Coach Dees has scheduled JV and Frosh Soft to a robust preseason schedule, playing most teams that are division up to prepare us for the regular season and ultimately playoffs for our varsity guys. JV is currently at 2-2, and our Frosh Soft is at 1-2 at this writing. And as I said, the only game that I'm sure of was their home opener against the Rillers, which I know they won 8-3. So. JV baseball started their season with a tough preseason match against Centennial, participated in the Taft tournament last weekend, and will participate in the Slugfest in Shafter this weekend. They have a tough preseason and are looking forward to league play. Varsity baseball has just gotten the season underway, softball has just gotten their season underway. They played only 1 game so far against Centennial High School, a D1 school. The team played very well and lost a very close game with a score of 2-1. Their record is currently 0 wins and 1 loss, and they're looking forward to a very successful season. Boys golf, varsity golf has just ended tryouts with a record 29 tryouts. They kept 15 students for the team and are beginning practices out in Bear Valley, with the first match of the year set for March 25th at Sundale. For swim, after the first 2 swim meets, multiple boys and girls have already qualified for Division I swim finals in Clovis West. Allison George qualified in 2 individual events, the 200 free and 100 backstroke. Allison George, Whitney Bankston, Katie Corsell, and Malaya Westbrook qualified for the 200 medley relay. For the boys, Cody Wutma, Lars Mathieson, and Zach Tier have qualified in the 50 free. Dominic Martin, Eric Swanson, Cody Wutma, and Zach Tier qualified in the 200 medley relay as well. And Lars Mathieson, Cole Porter, Zach Tier, and Cody Wutma qualified in the 200 freestyle relay. In track and field, we have a large roster this season, and we'll start the season Saturday, March 8th at the Burroughs Invite in Ridgecrest. They are already practicing and looking forward to starting their season. Okay. For enrollment numbers, these are the enrollment numbers for week 26 of the school year. Overall, we are currently at 39 students fewer than last year for this week of school, and we're at about 6 students fewer than we had at the end of the school year last year. So attendance is down, but we kind of knew that. So we are declining enrollment, and this is where it's evident. Okay. And then attendance is for week 25. We don't generally get the week 26 until the end of the week, and so it wasn't able to be added here. Anyway, attendance for week 25 is down to 92.09% from 92.25, only about 0.16 difference. So that's looking about the same as it was last year. And so overall attendance and enrollment is slightly lower. Okay. And then we have the list of upcoming events there, which you all have. And then I think that's it for mine. Normally I would have pictures of our boards up there, but I didn't get a chance to get those before we went to publication. So if our CV Cummings Valley principal wants to come up and talk about the boards and let us know what they're. Thank you, Taylor.
I would love to talk about our board. So good evening to our board and to Interim Superintendent Lynch and all of our guests this evening. My name is Taylor Marquison. I am the principal over at Cummings Valley Elementary School. As you can tell, we are going to dive into learning at our school this year. So if you are in our office or any of our classrooms, you will see that theme throughout our school. Bear with me. So the heart of every man is very much like the sea. It has its storms and it has its tides, and in its depths, it has its pearls too. So I thought this was a really good way to start and just to talk about the human condition and all the things that are happening within our school as well. So you can see some of our cute little guys. They are fantastic students. Please, you're going to hear some puns tonight, so just be ready for it. We just like to note these sweet little faces that you see and all of our kids around Cummings Valley. And then we have some more cute little faces. This is our staff around Cummings Valley as well, and they really get in to our theme. So we're super thankful that they also model all of our school spirit across our campus. One thing here I just wanted to kind of go over is what I would like to share on tonight for our annual update for Cummings Valley, some things that are happening. I have another quote here, so this is in the spirit of also capturing kids' hearts. The beautiful thing about learning is that no one can take it away from you. So as we enter into our annual update, please note that this is only a snapshot of all of our kids and what is happening at Cummings Valley, but this is what we're here to show and share with you this evening. So some things that we are really proud of that's happening is we have a robust team making up of all of MTSS, so really working together to oversee all of our goals for all of our students. So our team is made up of admin, we also have teachers, and we also have site support so they have a say in what is happening at our school. Our other support will also consist of before school tutors. So that is our amazing teachers that are willing to be here early in the morning to serve students. We also have burst tutors that are trained by Mrs. Butler. And then we have added support that is in and out of our classrooms. Through our PLC, so our Pump It Up time is set aside for our staff and our teachers to review students, their data, and to also make lessons to make sure that we are also continuing forward in excellent instruction. And then finally, we want to model all things to also capture kids' hearts and show what it looks like to be completely student-centered. Continuous improvement is also better than delayed perfection. So as you look at our scores today, understand that we are making improvements. We are making those strides. And so I look forward to sharing that with you. In our iReady data, so like I had mentioned, a snapshot of our students. So some of these takeaways and overall ELA from our most recent diagnostic is that nearly 20% of all of our first graders are nearly on or also above grade level. So a lot of hard work by our amazing teachers in those classrooms. One other notable piece is in the fourth grade. They've nearly doubled at or also above grade level. So really some things to be really, really proud of that is happening in the classrooms. As far as our site goal in iReady and across the site is just really working on vocabulary, and so we can really support reading comprehension. So just some things here that we're seeing some growth. Some other things that we wanted to note, in also third grade, they've reduced all of the student groups that are 3 or more below their grade level, so they're really closing those gaps. And again, this is done by all of our teachers putting in those extra time. They're also looking over data, and they're making really rigorous lessons to make sure all of the kids meet their goals. In the area of math, so this is overall math for our school site at our most recent diagnostic. In also 5th grade, again, we're seeing that really steady progress, and that we're also really closing the gap in like the students that are not currently meeting those grade level standards. So once again, very excellent job to our teachers. In math as well, so our goal is also numbers and also operations, so really to dig a little deeper into our math goals. This is an area that we have been working on as a team. Again, lots of things to note here, but just really quickly, in also 1st grade, again, really doubled those kids that are also meeting the grade level standards, and then closing the gap. We also have 2nd grade, just really making progress and really also closing that gap, slow and steady, but we're seeing that change. And then finally, when you're looking at also 5th grade, they are also closing the gaps in all groups. Our attendance at Cummings Valley. So I want to give also like a shout out to also the Golden Hills. You guys had a really great, they were sharing that. So nice job, Golden Hills. But we have been really working on our students that are also currently classified as like SED, and really helping them to make sure that they're able to also like attend school, and that everything is really equitable. So if you just notice here, we are making improvements, and some things that we're doing that is helping us is first and foremost building relationships with all of our families. And so this starts with our staff in the office. This starts with all of like our teachers, our paras, our support staff, is just making sure that all the kids feel that they're a part of our school community. We have an amazing attendance clerk. I hope you know her. Her name is Jennifer Frender. And so she's just one of the really great faces of our school. She builds great relationships with all of our students and our families as well. And when any families call in to have an attendant, she just makes that time to have those conversations about why school is so important, and really valuing that. Sometimes we are like doing also solo home visits. We want to again really extend the things that we have to offer, and building those like relationships. And I also just want to say thank you to like the district for being able to offer free transportation, and making sure that all kids have access to school. We're coming to the end of our annual update, so just one final quote for the evening. Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education. So not only are we looking at all of our scores for our children, but our job is to help mold really, really good people. And that's what we are doing over at Cummings Valley. So that is our annual update. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Markison, one question if you don't mind. Is the
Yes,
first
sir.
already assessment done in August or September?
In August.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is that it? That's everything. All right. Thank you, Superintendent Lynch. TAT update, Ms. Bowman. No, you're not. I saw her walk in. Good, she's delegating.
She has. Good evening, members of the school board, Superintendent Frank Lynch. My name is Jessica Smith. I'm the TAT Elementary Vice President. First, we'd like to thank Superintendent Lynch for his time and dedication in serving as interim superintendent. We appreciate your leadership, and we look forward to finishing out this school year strong with you at the helm. The Tehachapi Association of Teachers is deeply disappointed and feels misled regarding our involvement in the hiring process for our new superintendent. We were assured that all stakeholders, including teachers, parents, and residents, would be included in a thorough vetting process. However, March 4th, 2025, announcement sent via Parent Square to a link to the Tehachapi News press release that Brian Bell was elected as the new superintendent makes that clear that this critical step was bypassed. We were told after the final round of interviews that a thorough vetting process would take place. This was supposed to include sending our board and potentially other stakeholders to the candidate's current district to observe their leadership firsthand and speak with those who have worked with them. This essential step was meant to ensure that we were making an informed decision based on real-world experience, not just an interview performance or a resume. To be clear, we are not making any judgments about Brian Bell himself. We sincerely hope that he will be a strong leader for our district. However, without the promised vetting process, we have no way of knowing if the best choice was made. Anyone can present well in an interview, but true leadership is demonstrated in day-to-day actions, relationships, and integrity. This situation serves as a critical reminder to the school board that they were elected to represent their constituents. As a resident of Tehachapi, we are not only district teachers, we are also parents and community members who entrusted you with these positions. Your role requires transparency and accountability, yet this process has eroded trust in your ability to uphold these values. We were told that there would be broad community engagement in this process, yet the only effort made was a simple survey. That is not what was promised. There were no town halls, no listening circles, no meaningful engagement with students, parents, and the wider community. Leadership associates assured us that stakeholders, including teachers, parents, and even students, would have a voice in shaping the district's future leadership. For example, my own children are officers in their school's ASB and student council, yet neither they nor their peers were included in this process, despite prior assurances that the student voices would be heard. The promised engagement with student councils and ASB groups across elementary, middle, and high schools never happened. Teachers had one opportunity to provide input through a union meeting, but as a parent, I wasn't given a voice in any meaningful way. Because so many steps that were promised did not happen, this board has undermined confidence in its ability to follow through on commitments, not just in hiring a superintendent, but in any future decision-making. If we cannot trust that you will keep your word in this process, how can we trust you in any other regard? Integrity and honesty are the foundation of effective governments. As board members, you have been entrusted with the education and future of the next generation. Your decisions impact the students who will become the leaders of this community, and it is imperative that those decisions be made with transparency, accountability, and the involvement of all stakeholders. We recommend that this board recognize the gravity of this situation, acknowledge the breach of trust, and commit to ensuring transparency in all future decision-making processes. The voices of teachers, parents, students, and community members matter. We will not stand by while they are ignored. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. CSEA update. Seeing no one, board communications. Anyone from the board wish to, were any of you able to go to Sippin' with the Soup?
Yes. I was at Sippin' with the Soup. And with Frank here and who else came? Were you there?
Dr. Kelly was there.
Yeah. It was, we had some parents there. We had some good dialogue. So, yeah.
Good portion of the cabinet was there.
Yeah. Oh, and yeah, Hojak and Andrea was there, and it's a good place for them to get to answer questions for parents, and I think it's very valuable. Thank you.
I should mention that Dr. Kelly and Trustee Christensen and myself will be going to McFarland Thursday to do the validation meeting with people from that school district. I think from Ms. Smith's remarks, there was a misunderstanding. Teachers, community, all the groups that participated in the information gathering, I think that was back in February. Most of those groups have been invited to the validation here on the 18th. And I know the both unit groups have their own time with Mr. Bell, plus other time for teachers, and it's at the end of the day, so teachers can attend. Ms. Bowman.
I'm Val Bowman, I'm president of TAT. That has been listed in our calendars as a meet and greet. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
It might need to be renamed then.
It's all synonymous. Any other board communications? Public comments. Public comments will be allowed. The board president will recognize any member of the audience wishing to speak on items not on the agenda, but directly related to school business. Pursuant to Board Bylaw 9323, the board may limit comments to more than 3 minutes per person. Public comment will also be allowed on each specific action item prior to board action. The president may allot time to those wishing to speak, but no action will be taken on matters presented, and no discussion of non-agenda items will occur. If appropriate, the president or any member of the board may direct that the matter be referred to the superintendent's office for placement on a future agenda. And we have about 4 different topics that have been grouped together. And we'll start with Carrie Colby.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Carrie Colby. I am the school social worker at Jacobson Middle School. I was hired by the district 4 years ago and have loved working for TUSD. Sorry. In January, myself and the 4 other school social workers were told by Dr. Romero that we did not possess the correct credentials to remain as school social workers for the district. Apparently, for the last 4 years, this was not an issue, but it is now. Since then, Stella Ward, the school social worker at THS, was able to obtain that credential. However, all of us were hired without possessing the PPS credential in social work, and the personnel department was aware of this. The one solution that was presented by Dr. Romero is that all of us would need to obtain the credential by entering into a university program through the summer, pay for that program, obtain 1,000 hours of supervision, or we would be terminated by the end of the year. For Mrs. Anderson and myself, this would mean that we would need to enroll in another master's program, $60,000 master's program. Our district's mental health workers are incredibly experienced and qualified to provide support for our schools. Mr. Hecker has been a licensed clinical social worker for a number of years and does an amazing job at CV. Ms. Ward and Ms. Haggerty, 2 of our other incredible social workers, will become licensed clinical social workers shortly and have been working in mental health for over 10 years each. Mrs. Anderson, the most recent hire, has been a licensed therapist for over 28 years, has worked for ERMS, and was a social worker in LA County for 7 years. I myself have a master's degree in school counseling, currently hold a PPS credential in school counseling, which I've had for almost 8 years. I'm also currently finishing my doctorate in clinical psychology. The 5 of us thoroughly enjoy serving this district and this community as confidential management employees. All of us live in Tehachapi, feel that we are part of this district, the schools, the community, and would love to stay in our positions. Powerful relationships have been built with students, family, staff, and the community in regards to the work that we do. We work diligently to build relationships with our foster and homeless students and families. After 4 years, we are told that the credentials and licenses that we hold and were hired with and serve this district with are no longer we're no longer to remain in our current positions if we don't enter the program immediately. I included some questions in the packet that I gave you that I hope to get answers to. Because of time, I'm going to cut this short. The funding doesn't say anything about us having to be social workers. It talks about providing mental health supports to our students, which I believe we do. Overall, I would like the board to know that we love the district, serving our kids, our families, and our staff. We have all worked extremely hard to build trusting, reliable relationships with the community. I do have examples of other school districts in California that have positions similar to the ones that I'm suggesting in the questions.
Excuse me, but your time's up. Do you have that information in the packet?
I do.
Okay.
I provided
Someone
it.
else can finish his,
Well,
someone
I-
else can finish
well,
reading
she-
for him.
I got it. Michelle Anderson, you're up next.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Anderson. I'm the Golden Hills social worker, and I love my job. And I have been working with children and their families since 1992, and my heart is for kids. I'm very dedicated. I'm one of the first people to be on the job, but I cannot beat Mrs. Williams and Mrs. Jacobson to get there. So anyway, I just want to say, in my 30-plus years of working with children and their families, I've found that the most important and valuable thing is to have a caring and trusted adult come alongside them and help them believe in themselves. And often, this is not coming from the environment that they're in. We have a lot of kids with some very deep needs, and there's a lot of trauma. And kids who have trauma and go into a fight or flight need that stable, consistent relationship. One such fight or flight that happened a year ago on our campus when a teacher had a fatal medical emergency, and they came to my classroom. And those children were able to get the support from me and Mr. Colby and the other social workers that came, and to be there for them. And that started a seed of relationship with so many kids who were having nightmares and needed support to be able to come back to school. And we were shocked that over 20 kids came back the next day because that they were getting the support and the relationship and the trust and the stability that they needed to be able to go back in the classroom and to do their work. I'm hoping that if you have a choice, that you can vote on the side of relationship and consistency and a heart for kids by expanding the mental health fields that can work in this position, which Mr. Colby has. Can I take the rest of my-
I don't know that I can.
Okay. So other school districts have provided a title that expands instead of narrows down to just one mental health field, which is a master's in social work. And it excludes so many. And for our remote town, we want to capture the most experienced and people who have a heart for kids. And kids know this. They know. And I have a student who lost his dad 8 weeks after the teacher. And he looks for me. And he depends on me. And he says, Mrs. Anderson, am I going to be able to see you next year? And I hope that you guys can vote in a manner so that I can tell him I will definitely be there for you next year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes. You're good.
Good evening. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Dan Moon. I'm a teacher at Jacobson. It's my 18th year. It's my 32nd year teaching at middle school. And some of you maybe have seen this little Instagram kind of a meme thing, and it showed a picture of a person dressed in kind of frilly clothing, sitting next to a guy in a car who had like a suit on, and it said, elementary school teacher, high school teacher, and then the other picture was a guy from, I think it was the movie 300, and he's like crazy. He's in the middle of the battle, and it said, middle school teachers. If you haven't spent much time at a middle school, you're missing out because the primal drama that happens with students is incredible. I mean, in the last couple of years, I've had students whose parents have passed away, and they're in school the next day because for them it's the best place to be. I have a student this year who was the one who found his mother's body after she hung herself. And I'm here because I think of this, I don't know how to describe what it is, but this rearrangement of this job description to exclude these people is so disappointing. I can't think of anything in my last 32 years that would disappoint me more. I know you all realize that paper initials after a name or some fancy plaque you have, it doesn't really have anything to do with how you treat and how you can help other people. I don't think I've ever met anyone who I think deals with kids near as well as Mr. Colby does. And a quick story to illustrate that. 2 years ago, I had a student, and for the first quarter of the year, she was very standoffish, didn't really talk much. We didn't have much of a relationship. One day she came into class, and unusually, she had a short sleeve shirt on, her sweatshirt, and she had cuts all over her arms. I mean, all over them. And of course, I was alarmed. I chose not to say anything to her at the point. I went to Mr. Colby. He had never had contact with her, but I explained it. So he said, okay, I'll go and see her when I can. The next thing I know, at the end of the day, she pops her head into my door and says, hey, Mr. Moon, thank you. So I went to him later and I said, did you get a chance? And he said, yeah. I told her how much people here care about her. So think about this. Oh, and we ended up having a really good relationship after that. But think about this. In one conversation with someone he had never met, he convinced a 7th grade girl who was cutting herself that people cared about her. That is what this is about. So I hope you take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moon.
President Kaminsky, I have a comment.
Okay, we're not supposed to,
Yeah, I can. Absolutely, I can.
okay.
100%.
Well, I know you can, but.
I absolutely can. Yeah, don't do that. All right. So I do want to start off by saying the group that was standing here, every single one of those people have had impact on my students, my children. And if we as a board allow this to fail, and this be the catastrophic failure to our children. So I feel like Mr. Colby, I'm kind of getting emotional here. So I have 3 students, 3 kids of my own that we adopted from foster care, and Mr. Colby and his team of people, and everyone in this room almost every one of you had an impact on one of my kids. But this is critical. This is a critical failure if we ever even get to this point where we're looking at the public saying, these people may go away. I couldn't even imagine. I would be most disgusted to be a part of that. So I'd like to officially make a request. I'll follow it up with an email to the president and the superintendent to agendize this for discussion next meeting, and I would hope that I would get consensus from the board at this point to make that happen. I would request everyone to come to that meeting to continue the stories, because if anyone in this room or outside this room is not aware of what these social workers do for our kids, we need to make them aware. And so I'm disappointed that Tehachapi News is not here, because they should be sharing this as well to get this message out, but we have to take action, and to whatever cost it took us to get here, we must fight to continue that. So please make sure that is on the next agenda.
Will do. I totally support Jeanette endeavor. I'm hoping that there's a positive decision before the next board meeting. Yeah. Okay, the next speaker is Janine Adams.
Hello, Board. Janine Adams again. I was here last meeting and sent you all emails afterwards. Thank you so much for giving me time. Again, I represent Public School Strong, and I'm here to let this board know and the public know that at the end, I will be here at the end of the board meeting, and I do have a petition if anyone from the board or from the public, if you would be interested in signing. This particular petition is to defend against the current attacks on the federal public board education, Board of Education at the federal level. Public education is the cornerstone of our democracy, providing every child, regardless of race, identification or background with the opportunity to learn, grow, and thrive. Yet today, our public schools are under threat like never before. We parents, educators, students, school board members, and public school supporters across the United States urge Congress to oppose any executive or legislative efforts to dismantle the Department of Education, reject the implementation of federal school voucher program, to advocate for strong and fully publicly funded schools for all students. It goes on. So please, I ask this board and for all of our members of the public to support our fully funded schools. It is mission critical for our democracy that we do this. And, you know, I don't know the numbers for this particular board, what kind of funding could be lost if we lose Title I funding. Some people might say, oh, I don't know, Tehachapi, maybe they might lose 7% of their funding. Oh, what's 7%? I don't know. I don't know what those dollars are. But what department, if you had to cut 7% of your funding, where would it come from? Would you increase the general population's, the ratio of student to teachers? Would it come out of the music program? Would it come out of sports? Would it come out of disabled student programs? Where would it come from? This is wholeheartedly wrong, and I stand against it. So please join me, sign this petition. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Jason Alonso.
I'm going to talk about a highly sensitive topic today. I don't know if you guys are aware of it, but if you're not, I'm going to bring it up. For the parents and the teachers who may not be aware of it, I'm bringing it up right now. My name is Jason Alonso. I'm a combat disabled veteran here. My daughter is in the 2nd grade. She's autistic, and she has, she's also nonverbal, okay? In this nonverbal area, there's a speech program that gives us what they call these talkers, okay? And what it does is you can press on an icon, it brings up a food icon, such as pizza.
Pizza.
Right? So it makes me understand what she's trying to come communicate to us and stuff like that. Excuse me, I'm very nervous. However, we recently was brought to our attention that's kind of disturbing from a third party. And they navigated this system because it's a highly in-depth system with a bunch of tabs and stuff. And there's an icon that says sexuality. And you press on that button, and the first thing that you see is a hand next to an erect male genitalia. And what does that say?
Masturbation.
All right? And there's also a hand sign language going like that. And what does that say?
Stroking.
There's a picture of a naked lower torso of a woman.
Private parts.
Okay? There's also
Intercourse.
stuff like that. And I don't know if people know how autistic kids are, but what they do is just press buttons over and over and over again. And here's another one.
Horny, 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 horny.
So imagine if your kid is coming to you and doing this kind of stuff, if they found it. Luckily, our kid didn't find this. It just happened to be brought to our attention by a third party. Okay? I have another parent of a disabled kid who was found that this was on her iPad as well, and this is not the first or second time that this person found this. So I'm just saying we weren't aware about it. Thankfully, you guys have decent staff who's taking care of it. Our principal was very on top of it. We have directors who are addressing the issue right now and currently taking it off of these things. But I would just hope that you guys look into this, go up whatever mountain you guys got to climb so this doesn't come back to us. And, you know, I hate to say it, and I'm going to say it bluntly, because we were never told of this. It kind of gives the perception of there's a opportunity for our kids to be groomed here. And I don't want that to happen to any kid in this school district. I came to this city because I specifically chose this city for these values and the morals you guys have. So I want to thank you for your time, and please give this plan, this program some oversight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso, for bringing this to our attention. And I'm glad to hear that the principal, all those involved are right on it. And I would, Mr. Mock, you've been in touch with him. Yes, and I'm sure he will go through any other programs. And we would ask the sooner that the administrators are made aware of things like that, the faster we can take care of it, because that definitely is not acceptable.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, the last topic has about 7 or 8 speakers. Eileen Pryor.
Good evening. My name is Eileen Pryor. I have taught elementary school for 30 years, with the last 17 years teaching RSP at Tompkins. I am concerned with the plans the district has made to replace our current RTI program with one that could be less effective. I have seen firsthand the positive impact our current program has on students for over a decade now. I question whether a highly skilled and credentialed teacher, along with 2 aides working with students directly, could effectively be replaced by the administrative position of a learning director who oversees 4 aides who would be pushing into classrooms, which is the talk at this time. Currently, RTI at Tompkins is structured as a pull-out program in a pirate-themed room called Crow's Nest. This data-driven model has been highly effective in helping students who are struggling to stay afloat academically. The captain of the program is a highly qualified teacher trained in the science of reading, along with 2 instructional aides who also run groups. The students are in a safe environment where they do not have to be self-conscious about where they are at in their developing skills. Another huge benefit of this pull-out model is that the instructional team has the opportunity to meet at any moment through the day to discuss the needs and progress of each student. This collaboration ensures that interventions are adjusted quickly and effectively based on the students' evolving needs. This takes the expertise of a teacher who is in the midst of teaching them on a daily basis. So over the years, I have seen direct benefits from this approach for the students in RSP. Historically, before the implementation of this RTI model, Tompkins had 2 full-time resource specialists serving nearly 60 students by the end of each school year. And since RTI, our class size, our caseload has decreased dramatically. We typically end the year with between 30 and 40 students, and now we only need 1.5 teachers to manage this caseload. So in order to maintain teacher-led instruction, one suggestion I would offer is to have schools share learning directors rather than hiring one for each site. This approach can ensure that there is still administrative oversight in the RTI program, but without the expense of a separate learning director for each of the Title I schools. For example, Golden Hills and Tompkins could share a learning director, and JMS and THS could share one as well. This compromise would allow us to keep the bulk of the funds directed towards supporting teachers and aides in classes who work directly with students while also providing administrative support and oversight. Please don't make our struggling students walk the plank. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasha.
Good evening. My name is Becky Sasha, and I've been serving as a teacher in TUSD since 1994. I have taught grades 2nd through 12th, and I'm currently the RTI teacher at Tompkins. My job is also being restructured to eliminate the 2 RTI teachers that currently serve our district. I want to make it very clear tonight that I'm not here to save my teaching position. I will have a job next year, and whatever that job is, I will happily show up and teach. I have loved every single teaching position I've ever had. I'm here tonight to advocate for kids. I'm here to publicly state that nothing in education is more important than making sure every single student can read. My day as an intervention teacher is structured into 9 30-minute sessions. Each of these sessions is made up of 18 students, which are placed in a small group and given intensive targeted reading or math instruction. Each day, 162 students receive services in our RTI program at Tompkins. I personally assess each student in areas of fluency, phonics, comprehension, and many areas of math. I identify each individual student's foundational learning gaps and create a plan to address those deficiencies. I monitor progress to make sure the interventions are effective, and if they are not, a new approach is immediately implemented. I prepared a sample of data that was handed to you over a 4-month period. This data shows the significant growth of our RTI students and is a demonstration of the effectiveness of the RTI program. I have very extensive additional data and would gladly share it if it should be helpful. I met with my site principal about the decision to get rid of the RTI teachers, and I also met with Mr. Lynch. The new push-in RTI model, led by an administrator who will have many administrative duties, leaves areas of concern for the consistency of the services our students will receive. Many of our stakeholders, including principals, parents, teachers, are in agreement that the current RTI model is critical for our students, and having credentialed teachers providing pull-out intervention is needed. I do not believe stakeholders had input in this decision. We've had a reading intervention program for over 22 years, at least since 2003. At times, we've had 2 teachers. That's 22 years. The program has lasted that long because it's effective, it's working. A decision to end a long-standing effective program taught by credentialed teachers should not be made without stakeholder input. Also, all of these changes being made while under interim leadership is questionable as well. There seems to be misinformation circling that the decision to end the teacher-led RTI was made at the site level. The elementary sites are given approximately $40,000 for their Title I budget. That would not pay for a teacher. As such, without sufficient funds to pay for a teacher, the sites do not have the discretion to keep the RTI teachers. Although RTI teachers have been funded out of site funds in the past, this was not the case for our current school year. With THS being added as a Title I school, we do need, can I request that Sheree Freeman finish?
If she's, yeah, I've got a number of forms here. I don't know if she's on one of the forms or not.
Is it okay if she finishes for me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Just here and here.
Okay, I'm just going to pick up where I left off. With THS being added as a Title I school, we do need to allocate resources to our high school. All positions are, okay, you might have to help me with a little bit of, okay. Let's see. It is my impression that the decision we are facing is to keep administrative positions that are paid out of our Title I funds, specifically learning directors, or the 2 RTI teaching positions. The truth is, Title I funding was never intended to strengthen school administration. It was intended to help struggling learners. Tonight, I am requesting that the elimination of teacher-led RTI is put on the next board agenda. I would also like to ask the board to pause the hiring of the 2 learning director positions until the board looks into this matter. Those positions are due to close on March 13th, and then interviews would begin soon after. I understand that the board does not hire learning directors, but the board must approve them once they are hired. The board certainly has a great deal of influence on what positions are kept and which are eliminated. Lastly, I ask that the board partner with those of us who have boots on the ground and are serving students each day. Forming a committee could be useful. Possibly an investigative committee to look at how our Title I funding is actually being used would be appropriate. Or maybe a collaborative committee with board members and other stakeholders. However the board sees fit, I am inviting you to get very involved in this issue. As I look at the members of our current board, I see years of experience and knowledge that would be just what we need to figure out the way to allocate our Title I funding to best serve the students of this district. Thank you.
Thank you. Monica Lopez.
Good evening, members of the school board. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Monica Lopez. I've had the privilege of working as an RTI paraprofessional at Tompkins Elementary since 2019. Over the years, I have worked under 3 different teachers, and in that time, I have seen how critical the RTI program is for those who need it most. RTI isn't just a program, it is a lifeline for many of our elementary students. As part of the RTI team, I have seen children start in the program as early as 1st grade, struggling to read and falling behind. And then over time, through consistent support, just 30 minutes a day, we watch them make tremendous progress. For some of these kids, the RTI program is the difference between staying on track in the classroom or falling further behind. I cannot stress enough how much growth I have seen in these students. The work we do with them, whether it is helping with phonics, fluency, or comprehension, doesn't just help them read better, it builds confidence, it empowers them, and it gives them the skills they need to succeed in all areas of their education. Without RTI, many of these kids would continue to struggle and fall behind. I am here today to ask the board to reconsider the decision that was made. The RTI program is essential to the success of these students. Our work may only be 30 minutes of their day, but the difference it makes in these children's lives is immeasurable. I have seen the progress, and I know that these kids can continue to grow with the right support. Please, for their sake, don't let that support be taken away. Thank you for your time and for considering the impact of this decision on our students. I hope we can count on your support to keep the RTI program at our district.
Thank you. Melanie Kent.
Good evening, board members, colleagues, and community members. My name is Melanie Kent, and I am a TUSD teacher and parent. I'm here this evening to express my concerns regarding the reallocation of funding that will disrupt necessary intervention services at the elementary level. It was recently shared with staff members at Golden Hills and Tompkins that our RTI services will no longer be funded through Title I spending. Instead of a plan being put forth to fund intervention through the general fund, it has been decided that our school sites will lose RTI completely. Stakeholders were not asked for input regarding these concerns, and we are left to accept that our students will have to get by with less. I'm here to ask that our board members and district leadership take the steps needed to keep our intervention services going. Our RTI team supports learners who are behind in the foundational skills that are crucial to their academic success. The targeted, research-based interventions they utilize in a small group setting provide individualized instruction that is not feasible to effectively deliver in the general classroom. Further, the RTI program is a place where intervention can mean the difference between catching up or falling further behind, which could ultimately lead to identification for special education services or never meeting grade level standards. Did you know that students who are not proficient readers by the end of 3rd grade are 4 times less likely to graduate high school on time? If they come from a low-income family, that statistic jumps 6 times less likely that they graduate from high school. Additionally, students who are not reading at grade level by the end of 3rd grade are 63 times more likely to be incarcerated than college students. Sadly, if you are not a proficient reader by the end of 3rd grade, the odds are you may never become proficient. The older our students become, the less foundational reading instruction they receive. Early intervention at the elementary level is a necessity. Our response to intervention services are not a nice to have. They are essential to supporting student growth and identifying the students who need additional support. I implore you to allocate the necessary funding for RTI at all 3 elementary schools, not just Golden Hills and Tompkins. This is not a Title I specific issue. All students, regardless of their socioeconomic status or school affiliation, deserve equitable intervention practices. TUSD is way behind the times to not already have this as a generally funded staff assignment at every location. If we do not continue these services, you can expect to see the negative domino effect that will follow. We have the opportunity to change the structure of our teaching staff in a meaningful way that will guarantee student successes. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Jessica Smith.
Good evening, members of the board, district leadership, teachers, and community members. I'm here tonight to advocate for the continued funding of the Response to Intervention program across our district. This program is not just an added support, it is a fundamental necessity for student success, particularly in reading and math. At Golden Hills and Tompkins Elementaries, our RTI instructors provide targeted research-based interventions that help students across grade level content. Without dedicated RTI teachers, these interventions would be nearly impossible to deliver at the caliber and effectiveness that our students currently receive. Yes, classroom teachers could step in and provide interventions, but they simply do not have the time or capacity to do so as efficiently, consistently, and effectively as our RTI instructors. Teaching children how to read is not optional. It is fundamental to their future. Currently, the RTI program at Golden Hills serves approximately 100 students in reading and 60 students in math. Each day, 90 students receive targeted instruction from an RTI teacher and a paraprofessional. The impact of this program is measurable, and the data clearly shows its effectiveness. Students receiving RTI intervention in reading have shown growth ranging from 8% to 26%. In math, from 4 to 13% so far this year, and that was only halfway through the school year. This level of growth due to RTI instruction alone is astronomical when combined with the teaching students receive in their classrooms. The RTI program is working, and cutting it would be detrimental to our students' progress. We understand that Title I funding, which has been used to support RTI personnel, is being redistributed to another school site next year. However, this does not mean that the RTI program should be eliminated. Instead, it means that we must prioritize its funding in a sustainable way, just as in many other school districts in California, by utilizing LCAP or general fund dollars to ensure that RTI instructors remain in place. Furthermore, I want to address a longstanding inequity. Cummings Valley Elementary has been unfairly left out of receiving this level of intervention simply because it's not a Title I school. Yet the need for intervention does not disappear because a school does not receive Title I funds. According to their middle of the year iReady data, 11% of Cummings Valley students are scoring in the red category in both math and ELA, meaning they are 2 or even 3 grade levels behind where they should be. That's 60 students who are significantly behind. Do these 60 students not deserve the same right to intervention just because they're zoned for a school that isn't receiving Title I funds? I urge this board to take action. Fund RTI instructors for Golden Hills, Tompkins, and Cummings Valley Elementary using LCAP or general fund money. Literacy is not a privilege, it is a right. Our students deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Rebecca Lee.
Was it already on? Good evening. My name is Rebecca Lee. I'm a 3rd grade teacher at Tompkins and have been teaching there for the last 8 years, 7 of those in 3rd, and previously I taught an ELD pull-out program at Golden Hills and ELD in China for 3 years. 2 weeks ago Friday, at a meeting to pray for our school and students, I heard that we would not have our RTI pull-out program next year at Tompkins. In shock and disbelief, I immediately asked, why? How? Who made this decision? We are a Title I school with allotted money primarily for this purpose. Our RTI program is detrimental to our students' overall success as readers and as future learners. Our RTI program services students who are at least 1 to 2 grade levels behind, allowing them to be in a non-threatening environment, removed from their peers in the classroom to work intensely on skills that match their exact learning gaps and needs. Students are assessed and grouped with a credentialed teacher and 2 aides in small groups to work 4 times per week for 30 minutes each in reading and math. These students are learning to read so they can begin to access grade level curricula, including tedious math that is full of language as well as filling in their gaps in math. The proposed plan to replace our RTI reading and math programs with a push-in into the classroom with 1 or 2 aides to work with these students for 30 minutes will never compare or provide the needed services to help these students achieve success compared to what they receive now. This will not compare to leveled groupings meeting their specific needs. We have had extreme learning loss through COVID, and just this year we are finally making strides through the diligence and determination of teachers in this program. We have seen more growth this year and gaps filled since COVID than in the past 5 years. This is the first year that I have been able to do a novel study using a chapter book with multiple students reading with success since COVID. Many students who went through our RTI program are now able to read this grade level chapter book. They are able to read their math books and read the problems that are no longer just asking them what 3 times 7 is, but complex word problems full of vocabulary. Pushing into our classrooms has the potential to create a nuisance and disruption for not only these students, but all students and teachers who are trying to learn and teach during these sessions in our classrooms. The noise level alone is a big enough distraction for everyone in the room. We have already experienced this with our new burst tutors this year who come in for a half hour each day, and our EL aides coming in for a half hour. That is already 1 full hour of interrupted class time. We will need to adjust an additional hour of our classroom time, as well as giving up our back tables needed for small group instruction and not teach new material, but also find a way to run another small group during that time and ensure that it isn't an interruption to other students while this is all happening simultaneously. I'm gonna have Wendy come up, Wendy DiUlio, and finish for me.
Ms. DeLeo, come on up.
Okay, do I have to push a button?
No.
Hi, good evening. I'm Wendy DiUlio. I'm also a third grade teacher over at Tompkins. Continuing what Mrs. Lee was saying, Plus we'll need to create an environment where these students feel comfortable and confident to learn how to read at a kindergarten and first grade level while among their third grade peers who are reading all the way up to a fifth grade level. With the current program, we do not have this problem or stigma. These struggling students are excited to go and learn at their level and pace in the day and come back proud because they've accomplished something and are actually making strides in their reading and math skills. This all seems like an impossible task for students, learning directors, aides, and teachers. The quality of this program will diminish greatly, and students will suffer as a direct result. Changing RTI to a push-in program does not have our students' best interest in mind. That is why we're here, for the students to learn and thrive. This will be a disservice to so many. We cannot let this program go. We have had RTI reading program at our school at least since I started in the district in 2008. I also remember the RTI math program as far back as 2011. We have already seen it with other programs that were once a pullout that are now a push-in with an aide who is not qualified to teach with extensive training and expertise. It does not compare. This will be a huge loss for one of our most at-risk populations of students who are the ones we see the most potential for growth and future success throughout the current pullout program. Please reconsider eliminating the pullout RTI program at our school sites next year. We need them as part of our school program and culture to thrive. Let's not lose the momentum we've built so far or lose sight of who we're really here to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelley Marks.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time today and listening to a very important and passionate cause we're here for. My name is Shelley Marks. I have been an educator in this district for 15 years. I currently work as a third grade teacher at CV, but I have served 13 of my years at Tompkins Elementary. And I'm here to discuss the RTI program and the upcoming changes, or as better stated from Mr. Moon, a rearrangement of a job description. I understand that current teachers in these positions will be displaced and an administrative position will provide these services next year. If that is the plan, I hope this discussion will spark a reversal of that decision. Research conclusively shows that the success of any intervention service depends on systematic, structured, and reliable teaching. Changing the RTI position from a teacher to an admin position would undermine the program's integrity and harm the students who need it most. Admin positions are unpredictable, and they cannot provide consistent, reliable teaching due to daily disruptions and emergencies. Furthermore, the classroom teacher cannot be expected to provide RTI services to these students. Gen Ed classrooms are too large for the most neediest learners to receive systematic, daily instruction. The only way to ensure effective and successful RTI service is to have a teacher position focused on serving Tier 2 and Tier 3 students. I am asking that you please reconsider the assignment of the RTI role. The funds are available to support these students' needs, and to do that effectively, we need someone with reliable and consistent availability. Keep in mind, our most neediest learners rely on your advocacy. Regardless of your decision, please be transparent about your RTI plan for next year with the teachers, community, and especially the parents whose child will benefit the most from these services. They deserve to know what effective plan will be in place to help their struggling child learn to read. It is no coincidence that many of those of us who spoke tonight have been awarded as site or district teachers of the year. We are veteran, we're passionate, we're hardworking, and we know what effective programs look like, and we also understand the importance to advocate for our most at-risk learners. Please reconsider this decision, and if possible, reverse it. Thank you for your time.
Brian Reel. Brian, as you come up, you've got three things here, RTI, early release, and calendar. I know the calendar is an action item later in the evening, and so you can hold your remarks on an early release till that time. And just for this time.
Do you need me to? I can keep it real brief.
It's up to you.
Okay.
If you can do it under 3 minutes, that's fine.
Yeah. I'll just put it all out there. Thank you, board. My name's Brian Reel. I am chairperson of the Golden Hills School Site Council. And I agree with everything we've heard tonight on the benefits of RTI. Just one point of clarification, I think, as far as I can remember, and granted I don't have the minutes to look at, the Golden Hills School Site Council approved RTI funding within the past year for the teachers and the aides, but the funding for the learning directors has been removed from our budget for several years, and we have no oversight of that. So that covers RTI. As far as the next subject was early release. Yes, I just encourage you to consider options that will take into account the needs of all the stakeholders for early release or other permutations that could be the case. And lastly, I think everybody understands the issues with the proposed calendar, and encourage you to act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reel. I'll ask Interim Superintendent Lynch to put RTI on the agenda for next meeting.
If we're putting it on for April, they were talking about interviews and things like that, would we hold off on that?
Yes.
Okay,
And
thanks.
we haven't,
Okay.
we have a regular board meeting in 2 weeks,
Okay,
so it can be moved up to that. Number 6, consent agenda. In order to promote efficient meetings, the board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together by a single vote through the use of a consent agenda. Consent items shall be items of a routine nature and items for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. When any board member requests the removal of an item from the consent agenda, the item shall be removed and given individual consideration for action as a regular agenda item. Does any trustee wish to remove a item or items for separate consideration? Seeing none, before I ask for a motion, I want to make a comment on the personnel reports. As Superintendent Lynch can attest to, when we discussed these in the agenda build last Thursday, my jaw dropped and I exclaimed my sadness at some of the names on this list. People I've known for years. Sherry Kabanek was on my staff at JMS and has done an outstanding job, as I'm sure Ms. Libatique can attest to, at Monroe High School. So many kids earning a high school diploma through her encouragement. And then Hollis Kimbrough, I had the pleasure of working with my last year in 2019-20 when I was academic coach for secondary, and I accompanied, actually I didn't go with him, I drove another van with his mathletes to different competitions. And kinder, more knowledgeable person, just an outstanding math teacher. I mean, doing the high levels of math, both for the high school and for Saracoso, and just a tremendous rapport with the students. And then Wendy Neufeld, I taught with Wendy, played a few practical jokes on her, and I'm glad she's doing well and retiring, even though that makes me feel really old if she's retiring. Anyway, best wishes not to just those three, but the rest of our retirees, and there'll be more accolades as we get closer to the end of the school year. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
Kelly, I make the motion. Second.
The motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approved the consent agenda as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Superintendent, information item, Saracoso Community College presentation.
Good evening again. I know Saracoso has some folks here, their CBO, and I want to say the president of the KCCD are here to present a request to renew their lease agreement.
Thank you. President Kaminsky, board members, Superintendent Lynch, staff and community. I'm Chad Houck. I'm the Vice President of Finance and Admin Services for Saracoso Community College. I'm joined tonight by Dr. Sean Hancock, who is the president of Saracoso Community College. And really what we're wanting to talk about tonight is some of the great work that we've been able to do with Tehachapi Unified School District as a partnership. Before I start with my slides, though, I want to kind of lay a little foundation work here. Not everybody knows there are 116 community colleges in the state of California. That's 73 districts. We are the largest higher education system in the country, if not in the world. That's pretty impressive. Saracoso is part of Kern Community College District, along with Bakersfield College and Porterville College. Kern Community College District serves 24,000 square miles. We're one of the largest service areas in the state of California, and Saracoso serves 18,000 of those 24. That's pretty big. One of our past presidents would say we had more critters than people in our service area. We start with campuses. We have campuses in Mammoth, we have Bishop, Ridgecrest, Lake Isabella, Edwards Air Force Base, and thanks to you all's support, we have a campus in Tehachapi. We started in 2015 with our partnership with TUSD by helping us lease space
just down the street over here. In fact, we were right next to where the adult school was operating. We couldn't have gotten started without that space. There weren't spaces in town that we could lease other than you all's. So that was super helpful, and that started our partnership now almost 10 years ago. For us, you all are inside of KCCD and technically closer to Bakersfield College. But there was a point in time that Bakersfield College, they weren't really coming up here and doing much. So one of our past presidents jumped on that and said, hey, we'll do it. We see that Tehachapi is a growing community and in need of higher education. So these are some of the numbers that we've always looked at and recognized that, hey, we are based out of Ridgecrest, but Tehachapi, the greater Tehachapi area, the area that you all serve, is about the same size. We've offered more than 400 classes in that space that you all have leased to us over time, and there's an awful lot of good that has happened in that space during that time. We have grown and we needed a larger footprint. I was the Dean of Instruction when we were starting to expand and needing science classes and a ceramics class, art classes, so we expanded our lease. And then, of course, COVID came along and kicked us all in the teeth and sent us all home. And when we came back from COVID and we all started to grow again, we restructured where we are in that facility, so we now operate out of that quad area. And just like you all have grown, so have we after COVID. So, some highlights in this partnership that I want to make sure that everybody knows about. Dual enrollment is huge. In fact, Professor Kimbo, who I guess is retiring, he was one of ours. I was his dean when he was teaching math. I leaned over to the president, hey, he's one of ours, and then you highlighted that. Dual enrollment is huge. For those that don't know, that's where high school students can take college classes during the high school day at the high school. And that's where your high school teachers that have the right min quals can be our professors, and they end up teaching in the evenings as well. So dual enrollment, high school students can take college classes for zero tuition when it's during the high school day and outside of their high school day, and that's where some of the TUSD teachers have helped with that. We've had an incredible number of sections that we've been able to offer dual enrollment at the high school that hit all of the areas of our general ed curriculum and many of our career technical education curriculum. We did for a little while try and schedule classes actually on our campus so that high school students could come over during the day. And this is a really cool thing that if you have a chance, please come to one of our graduations. They are still in Ridgecrest right now. Last year, you all bussed over a bunch of students who had completed their certificates or their degrees with Saracoso weeks before they graduated from THS. In fact, more than any other high school in our service area. So that is a really powerful part of this program. Other highlight, that's another thing that TUSD was leading in is adult education. That's something that community colleges and K-12 districts, they had to partner up together in doing this about 9 years ago. And one of the first co-location efforts where the adult ed and the college are in the same spot was here thanks to this partnership. And that's something that just leads to even more students that come back to get their high school degree and then go right into college and are able to finish their college degree. Another real highlight. And then we've got future items here. And Vice President Kelly was talking to me before the meeting about some of these. Our site director here, Lisa Stevens, that many people might know, she's always working to bring new programs in, and I got to speak with Superintendent Lynch about positive potential future programs focusing on academies, and we already have some in the works, and there's a whole bunch more as we look to see what's happening down in Mojave. As those businesses come in, we've been part of those conversations, and those are things that we would look to do in this area. Those are police academies, wildland fire, allied health, those are all things that we have going on here in the future. So the future up here, that's what I'm wanting to share, is what we're looking to do. A couple of years ago, we did our educational master plan, something we have to redo every 5 years, and a facilities master plan that we did the following year, and both of those focused in on and targeted the growth up here and how we're going to need more space. We're already growing, and they gave us kind of a blueprint of what we're going to need to do that. So we started looking, and boy, it was not easy to find a space in town. The Kmart building would not work for us, incidentally, for those that are familiar with that. Instead, we were able to find, and with the help of the city, we purchased land across the street. It's about 7 acres, and we've been working with an architect since we made our bid in June. got accepted. We started working with the architect in August and didn't actually close until November. So we're running a little bit behind on stuff. But we have the keys, and we've got a good plan that we're working with the city to put together this two-phase process for us. So phase 1 is 737 West Tehachapi Boulevard. This is a current rendering from our architect of what phase 1 would look like. Phase 2 is what goes in that big open area there. That would be a much larger permanent building that's going to take a little more funding than we currently have, and that's where we're going to need some help, but that's down the road. Right now, phase 1 is what we're quickly aiming to bring online, and as I saw in the Tehachapi News article on Saturday, they highlighted that our partnership with Tehachapi Unified included a space to house some of modular classrooms that we were able to get from Porterville in our district. So we already have the buildings. We just need to clear the land and get it ready. And that has a whole process. So this is our timeline right now. We got to go to DSA. Department of State Architects is not always the easiest or fastest thing to go through, as you all may know. That's going to be coming this month. We're taking that to DSA. We have to do all of our environmental work, and there's rezoning that we're doing during this time. We expect to have that done in May. We're hoping to be breaking ground in August if everything plays out for us with that. We'll be having all of our modulars in place by the end of the year. That gives us the time to start doing the work to prep them. There's a lot that we need to do to get those ready, and we're also looking to purchase additional modular units because the ones we got from Porterville aren't enough to fill that growth need. So that's all part of our march to hopefully being able to move over to our new campus in 1 year from now. That is our current timeline. So we wanted to share with you what we're doing for the future, and thank you for our partnership that has brought us to this point. I'm happy to try and answer any questions that you all might have.
I'll just make a comment. First of all, thank you guys. I grew up in this community, and something like that would have been a great spot for a guy like me who had no idea what I was doing with my life. As a dad who has 2 kids, one in university and one in Bakersfield College currently, both were dual enrolled with you guys, and the amount of money it saved, obviously, for me, was tremendous, but also the jump start that both my daughters had to move quicker into their degree style, education was phenomenal. And so, yeah, both of them were members of the graduating classes at Syracuse or in Ridgecrest. So if parents don't understand the ability to take advantage of that dual enrollment, but the good news is our counselors at the high school are phenomenal. They do a great job promoting this. Of course, not every kid's going to take advantage of that, but those who do, it's a huge jump start. So I'm super excited, glad to have you guys as part of our community in this long-term commitment. So thank you.
And I'm going to follow up with Trustee Napier. I've got two that are, one's enrolled currently, Syracuse, so dual enrollment. And the other one was middle school somewhere. He'll be there eventually. At least that's what I'm told. If one thing I could ask, because the dual enrollment is phenomenal, right? We should take advantage of it as often as we can. I mean, every day. But I would like an invite. I know that we graduated quite a few last year, but for the Syracuse Ridgecrest, I would like it to be on that invite list if that's possible for
our graduation?
Please.
We can certainly make that happen.
Because I think that would be, it'd be a great thing for us to be there and represent Tehachapi as well as show off what our students have accomplished, right? As well as our staff. So I do appreciate the system, and hopefully we can use it a lot more.
We'd be glad to have you. Just a neat thing that we were able to do for our dual enrollment graduates, they get a special stole that has both your logo and our logo on it, and they really get to stand out that way. It's pretty special. Thank you.
First of all, it's good to see Dr. Hancock here. We were in a Zoom. He graciously allowed me to meet with him when I was between jobs, so to speak. My concern for the facility, and most gracious to allow me to do that. He did not have to, and I'm glad he could come up here today. I can see him in person. So, and I wanted to put a plug in for Lisa Stevens. She not only is involved with Syracuse, but she pushes your programs through the Greater Tehachapi Economic Development Council. She sits on the board. And I know she's worked with Mrs. Paxton, our instructional administrator, and just a great person. She spoke to our Rotary Club and is just a great ambassador for Syracuse.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you. I enjoy working with her very much.
And as far as, I'm sure she'll be on the agenda in April, but, we'll give you whatever time you need, dealing with the state architect might be the biggest delay. You're kind of at their beck and call. I've experienced that with the new wing at Jacobson Middle School when I was principal there. And so, things happen.
Yes, sir.
Things happen. And so I'm sure we can take care of that lease however we need to.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been working with Hojat on that, so hopefully we'll have something for you soon. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you.
Again, thank you for your time this evening. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Number 2 on superintendent, discussion and potential direction to district staff regarding the school district's approach to early release. Superintendent Lynch.
Thank you. This is actually an item that was requested by a member of the public, Mr. Reel. So I don't know if you wanted to come back to the podium at all and address the request to have a discussion included on our board agenda for tonight regarding early release and our approach to, and having a discussion and direction on that, so.
Sure, yeah, just briefly, it's been frustrating over the years to see various trustees bring up the concern of the problems that the early release creates for families, and it doesn't seem like requiring students to leave 2 hours early is a good, is a beneficial policy for students. And maybe there's a lot of ways that cat could be skinned. Sorry, I didn't prepare anything for this, so saying kind of goofy things. But I think I'm just hoping to hear an actual discussion, and if everything's fine, then at least we know that everything's fine. But otherwise, maybe there's some changes that could be made.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any board member wish to start?
I do. I have a comment. I do want to start off by saying I'm not really sure how teachers were able to get all their training in the past. I know as a kid growing up, I'm assuming these teachers were forced into working nights and weekends, and training is just terrible. And I think we all can agree that that's not a model we ever want to go after. So if and when this discussion continues, I would highly recommend that it is a collaborative effort, not just hearing from the board and hearing our frustrations and our parents. However, it is a very common theme that I hear from parents, as it's very difficult. Growing up in this town, it was typically one person in the house worked. Typically the mom would stay home. The times are different, right? We have a lot of commuters, a lot of dual income families, but I think there's a lot of moving parts here that we certainly should not be trying to make a decision now. Number one. Number two, we have a permanent superintendent coming in July. I think this would be a great opportunity for them to dive into it with the unions and really try to get a better understanding of what works best for them, what works best for the families. Things such as surveying the families to see what works, what's difficult. To Mr. Reel's point, maybe we get back an overwhelming response of, yeah, no big deal, and that's fine. And then we go from there. But my opinion is I don't think, well, obviously we don't have an action item here tonight, so we're not making any action, but my response to this is let's take it slow, let's discuss it, allow the permanent superintendent to discuss this when the time is right. There's a lot of work that goes into creating the calendar from the calendar committee and the team. That's be a little difficult to push something on them on this at this point. I think that's completely inappropriate. But yeah, I would like to just take it slow, surveying families, working with the new superintendent through the negotiation process, all that. But at this time, we can get the word out to parents that at some point we'd like to hear from them, a survey of some sort, and see where that goes.
Thank you, Trustee Napier. Any other trustee?
Yeah, I do.
Vice President Kelly?
One of the things that I hear most and I see and read most about our early release Wednesdays is the inconsistency. They are every other week, but only for, 7 months out of the 9 or 10? Yeah, 16 weeks. So there is a lot of, is it this week? Is it next week? How do I plan for that? And I realize it's the calendar, which is a separate item. The two are very closely related. But yeah, the every other early release, every other week-ish is a concern. And I know the majority, if not all of our surrounding districts are every week. The district I work in, we are an every Tuesday early release. And while it might not be the easiest thing, at least it's consistent. We know it's going to happen each and every week.
Thank you. I had an idea. I pushed forward Superintendent Lynch at last Thursday, and we definitely need a survey of parents and get TAT's involvement, and that is to make those 16 meetings consecutive beginning in August. I'm just throwing it out there. And in keeping the, making sure the teachers have half of those meetings and the other half are district-led. And perhaps something can be arranged there where maybe it won't be every other week where teachers do one, district does the next, teachers back to the district. But keeping the half and half, 8 and 8, between the way it is now. Might have to have an MOU. I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there for discussion. Ms. Bowman, come on up.
Trustee Napier, I appreciate you talking about having a conversation about this and going slow as we maneuver this. So I've been in this district a long time. Mr. Kaminsky and I, we've known each other since about 95, right? Do you remember a time when we never had these? We never had trainings? Do you remember a time when we never went to conferences?
No.
I do. I do at secondary. There was 9 years where I never, ever went to a conference. There were several years.
If I can interrupt, a lot of those conferences that I went to I did it myself.
Yeah, well, we paid for them ourselves, didn't we?
No,
Yeah,
No, I paid for them.
as I said, we paid for them ourselves.
Yeah, oh, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
So, and we never had collaborative time together. If we did, it was maybe once a year, and it was never consistent. We didn't know what other schools were doing. We didn't know what other grade levels were doing, and we never met amongst our own grade levels or amongst our own departments, for that matter. The only time I saw it happen was during WASC. The high school had opportunities to meet together, and that was only if the principal foregoed a staff meeting. And that was it. This is the first time that we have ever had consistent in-service days. That's what I'm going to call them, in-service afternoons. It's the first time that we have ever been treated as professionals in this district. The first time. We are not babysitters for parents. We are professional educators with degrees, and we still pay student loans. That's how important our educations are to ourselves and to our students. We could be like other districts and do every single Wednesday, but we chose to negotiate every other Wednesday, 16 weeks a year, 8 for the district and 8 for the teachers. That's what we chose to do. And if we go back to the table for this discussion, we will survey our teachers and see what they want. And I'm willing to bet that they appreciate those days, especially the high school teachers who still have to deal with WASC, and the elementary teachers who still need to work with their own teams, and the middle school teachers who need to do the same, and the district who needs to work with us. We aren't babysitters. That is not our job. Our job is to educate students, and in doing that, we need to be trained too. We do not need to give up our Saturdays, because that means we give up time with our families, and we give up our own mental health to do it. We're exhausted. We're exhausted now, and it's only March. Please support us in getting trained. That's all we're asking for. I understand the parents are stakeholders, but so are we. We pay taxes just like they do. We're just as important as they are. Please keep that in mind. So when we go back to the table, and if the district comes up with this, and they want that as part of their negotiations, keep in mind that we're going to stay consistent with what our members want. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. And to back that up,
May I?
as soon as I make my point, because I want to back up what Ms. Bowman said. As I've said this before, my granddaughters at Condit Elementary do have every early release Wednesday. And it's hard on my daughter. She's a single mom. She's a professional professor at Western University, and she makes it work. It's stressful. I know she appreciates when my wife and I are down there and we can pick our granddaughters up so she doesn't have to rush from Pomona into Claremont, and then she usually has them, luckily she doesn't have any classes then, but she has meetings and they can stay in her office. It's tough, but she also knows that how important it is for the teachers to have that time. Trustee Cooper.
As an individual who has worked a number of years in industry, a number of years in education, a couple of days off to meet with your peers in a different location than your job site is very refreshing. You will learn a lot, and you will learn what they're doing. Maybe they have something you want to do. It does allow you to come back in a very refreshed mode. I have experienced it many times over my 60 years of working.
Anyone else? Anyone from the public? Ms. Smith.
Coming from a school district where we had every Wednesday, we started with every Friday early release, and that was terrible on attendance, and our school district quickly changed to every Wednesday afternoon. But we were given that time, like you're suggesting, of splitting the time between what the district needed to train us on and what teachers needed to do. And it's really important for teams of teachers, whether it's departments or grade levels or whatnot, to have the ability to meet together and say, I'm on this topic, what are you on this topic? Because each one of the people in your team is a professional in that regard, and they bring so much to the table. So when you are given the opportunity to sit and collaborate as you see fit on the curriculum that you're about to deliver to students, you get so much more when it's 4 brains versus 1. So that split time is very important, and we were, like the other districts, we were an every week situation. And I know that that will need to be negotiated, but this time is invaluable to teachers, as I'm hearing from you guys that you are in agreement with that. But we know it makes it hard on families, but one of the things that the district I came from did was that we have a great daycare program here in TUSD. We had a great daycare program where we were before. So any students who were needing that after-school care on that particular minimum day, they had extra enrichment activities like STEAM activities or art activities, extra things that could provide a deeper learning experience for kids who had working parents. And so if we had that available at every school site, even through like intramural sports or something like that at a JMS or a THS, a place for kids to go on those minimum days, that would be a great solution for the working parents as well.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I have a quick comment.
Okay. Trustee Napier?
It's refreshing to me to hear that there's so many different districts throughout the state that are prioritizing their staff and their teaching and their training. I literally can't imagine, like I said, when I was a kid, like we didn't do this. And obviously I'm not in the education world as a profession, but I couldn't imagine telling my staff, hey, you have to work on a Saturday and do some training. And they're like, wait, what are you talking about? Like, that's wild. So I'm really happy to know that the industry of education is prioritizing the mental health and well-being of staff and teachers to say, hey, we do want this to be a priority. I think all the examples we got tonight of the RTI program, I would be willing to bet a lot of that collaboration, a lot of that success comes from those moments where you guys sit down, you talk, the kids are gone, So I just want to be clear for myself that by no means am I saying that we should consider changing or asking staff to work nights, holidays, weekends. That is the last thing we want, because I would never want that for myself or my team. But I think taking it slow, discussing it, hearing from teachers, I think we should, ask the union to survey the teachers well ahead of time. Just really hear what they want. Be proactive and not it be a contentious aspect of, we're demanding this, but really just saying, hey, we want to hear from you guys. We want to hear what you see most valuable. Is 2 Wednesdays better than one whole Friday a month? I've heard parents say, if they just had Friday off, we can work that out better. Just having one Friday a month for just no school whatsoever, and that would give the teachers a whole day. Again, if that's what's best, I don't know. I don't do your jobs, and I wouldn't pretend to know so. But I think, again, taking it slow, hearing the options that are out there, understanding what other schools do. And you're right. The comment was, these teachers should never be expected to be babysitters, right? They're highly trained professionals that are here to educate, not babysit our kids. That's our job as parents to do. But I think there could be a conversation where we try to come up with a happy medium there.
One thing I neglected to bring up also is first of all, I'd like to see if teachers could be surveyed on my idea, and faster it's approved, shot down, the teachers have to be on board. And then a survey of the parents, if that would make it easier. It's still not going to be, I'm just wondering if it's less difficult if they're all consecutive, there's no confusion about which Wednesday is this. And then I spoke with the principal of my granddaughter's school this afternoon and asked him what do you do early release Wednesdays? Now, they don't have any programs, and most of their classified folks, their schedules are arranged so most of them are off at that early dismissal time on Wednesdays. My thought was, if we had enough classified people and a controllable number of students that were staying at school till dismissal, don't know if that would work out or not, doing certain programs. Just an idea again, like the other, I just thrown it out there trying to think of something that would work. But this early release, yes, it's not on the agenda, but it's part of the calendar, which is on the agenda and will be. Ms. Bowman? I'm not here, I'm just throwing out ideas. I'm not trying to.
So I know the calendar's on the agenda, but we're sunshining, and I don't know if we're doing it tonight or next week. I don't remember, or the next meeting. I don't remember which. But we've already got our letter ready for sunshine. We've already surveyed our members. So this won't happen this year. We're not going to be able to survey them. It's too late because we're sunshining.
Okay.
So I'm just letting you know now.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
But still, it'd be nice to.
It'll be nice for next year, but
just
not
to know,
for this
right.
year. Yeah.
Gotcha. Any other discussion? And Ms. Bowman, to give you a good segue into item number 3, information item, acknowledge receipt of initial proposal from the Tehachapi Association of Teachers, CTA NEAs, to the Tehachapi Unified School District for reopener negotiations. This notice is being provided pursuant to Government Code Section 3547. Superintendent Lynch.
Thank you. As she said, we did receive the TAT letter indicating their sunshine for the 25-26 negotiations. And so I can present it, or Val, did you want to? Okay. Alrighty, so Tehachapi Association of Teachers plan to sunshine the following articles for negotiations of the collective bargaining agreement with Tehachapi Unified School District. Article 3, salary. TAT is interested in working with TUSD to negotiate fair and equitable adjustments to the association salary schedules, open every year for discussion based on state funds. Article 4 is health and welfare. The association has an interest in working with TUSD to negotiate fair and equitable adjustment to the health and welfare benefits that are providing the best service and cost for our membership. Article 5 is days and hours of work. TAT would like to review the language and equity of Section 5H, as well as the professional development for district nurses and speech pathologists. Additionally, we would like to review the investment of time required for IEP 504 and SST meetings. And Article 8, which is class size, TAT would like to address the possibility of caps on the number of students assigned to grades 4 through 12 and SPED classes. The Tehachapi Association of Teachers looks forward to a productive bargaining process to continue the building of a competitive contract that maintains and recruits quality teachers for educating students while modernizing language to comply with new laws and programs. Tehachapi Association of Teachers bargaining team, Kim Ross and Lisa Archie are the chairs, Amy Armstrong, Jenna Burgess, and Roger Oxford. And so that's their sunshine proposal. At this time, the district is preparing a return proposal for our openers for 25-26, and we'll present that at the March 25th board meeting. However, each sunshine requires a public hearing, which is the next thing on our agenda. So this is what the public hearing next on the agenda is about. So.
And with that, number 4, public hearing on Tehachapi Association of Teachers, CTA/NEA's initial proposal to the Tehachapi Unified School District for reopener negotiations. This public hearing is pursuant to Government Code Section 3547. Are there any public comments? All right. On to item 5, first read of Board Policy 5113.2, work permits. Superintendent Lynch.
Alrighty. Board Policy 5113.2 addresses work permits. This is brought before you for review before our next board meeting, at which time it'll be for a second read. Basically, we're removing the word district out of the first paragraph. The only place a student can go for a work permit is the local school authority, and we are that. We do have students that are homeschooled in our area, and a parent can't sign both the parent portion and the school portion, so they have to come to us. But our board policy does not reflect that we give them to outside of district teenagers that are looking for jobs. We also have, I want to say it's the Woodward camp out in Stallion Springs that have a lot of students from out of state that come here and need work permits. And my understanding is that we've been doing them, but we need to have the board policy reflect that we do that. So that's why this is brought forward today, and it will be brought forward again at the next meeting for a second read, provided that'll give you an option to approve it.
Thank you. Item 6, approval of Board Policy 6173, education for homeless children. Superintendent Lynch.
Again, Policy 6173, education for homeless children. This policy was brought forward last board meeting, and tonight it's here for a second read and approval.
Any questions or comments from the board? Is there a motion to approve Board Policy 6173, education for homeless children as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Clerk Wood, that the board approve Board Policy 6173, education for homeless children. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Number 7, approval of a student attendance calendar 2025-2026. Superintendent Lynch.
Again, this calendar for the next school year is up for review and approval this evening. It was brought forward as a first read at our last meeting, and so I leave it to you to decide whether we're approving that.
Any questions or comments from the board? I have a comment, and I've conferred with friends that are in education about having two teacher development days, May 26th and May 27th. I know this was brought up at the last meeting, and having given some thought, I have decided in my conscience, I cannot vote for this calendar. That is not what is best for kids, pure and simple. I don't think teachers would expect their students back to go through teaching for 2 days and then remembering it 3-4 months later. I know it's great for parents that want a long Memorial Day weekend, but it is not what is best for kids, and I will be voting no. Any other comments?
I have a comment.
Trustee Napier.
I actually think that was a fantastic idea to do that way. I think parents will love that. I recognize the education aspect of it, but I think that's a fantastic tactic for families to really understand that, hey, we're taking a break. I think it actually gives the opportunity for teachers to get another little kind of half spring break, just a little rejuvenating, gives them just even though they're working, it just gives a little bit of a mental break. In my opinion, that's what they would have, just to go, you know what, got a couple days, got a day off on Monday, we're going to charge on through to finish strong here over the next few weeks. I think that's a good tactic personally.
I was going to suggest that back when I was interim superintendent in 2018, I didn't arrange this, but there were 2 voluntary days for teacher development before they had to report. And the volunteers were paid their daily rate, and in my opinion, my memory serves me right, it was well attended. I think that's a better option. Again, it's student achievement. Ms. Bowman.
If I knew I was going to come up so much, I would have dressed a little better. I'm so sorry. Okay, so we're contracted now for 184 days, and those include those 2 teacher in-service days. So that's why we don't do 2 days where teachers get paid, because they didn't really come. They stopped coming. So we had to have people come to get trained, so now we're 184 days.
Well, then why not have the 2 paid days before, in August, before the school year starts, and get out of school 2 days earlier?
Because teachers weren't coming for those 2 days. That was the problem.
No, this would be mandatory.
And, yeah, you can't make it mandatory if you're going to pay them. You can't make it mandatory.
Well, yeah, obviously, but
And
are they going to come in after that long weekend?
Mrs. Paxton there can tell you, too, that books aren't always ready in August. And so that's part of the problem, too. And so this is why the calendar committee agreed to those 2 days, was because then books are ready, and then teachers can get trained in those math books or those reading books or whatever. But we're contracted for 184 days. So we're not changing the contract because it has to be negotiated, and we just sunshined.
Ms. Paxton.
So in the collective bargaining agreement, it does have the days at the 4th quarter. That's why they are located there. They're put together because a lot of professional development companies that we work with, most of the trainings, like capturing kids' hearts, it's a mandatory 2-day consecutive training. And it's very difficult for them to come just for 1 day. Sometimes they won't come at all because the model is 2 consecutive days. It also is more expensive on our part when we do have to space out the training, because we're paying for their travel as well. And the thought process behind putting them at 4th quarter is because a lot of our teachers choose to plan over the summer. And so they receive this professional development that's kind of a launching pad if they want to implement in the upcoming school year.
excuse me, Ms. Bailey.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, go ahead. He's been asking me for the last 5 minutes to talk, so go ahead.
I just wanted to piggyback on what Mrs. Paxton said, that like as a site leader, it's really helpful to get a lot of information about what's coming the next year towards the end of the year, because we do a lot of planning and our teachers are really hardworking and they do that same thing over the summer. So it's really difficult to get a bunch of new information in August, and you've already kind of thought about, you know, over the summer what you want to do, and then you get all this new information and you're kind of like scrambling to try to make that work and fit that into what you have planned. So I actually think it gives teachers time to plan around that information, to let it marinate, to think about how they can implement it into what their existing plans are. So I just kind of wanted to speak out in just kind of a different perspective of what you were saying, Mr. Kaminsky.
Thank you, but I think, what about new teachers? They won't be there for that training, especially if it's new curriculum, just.
Yeah, they won't be
devil's
there that
advocate.
year, but then they would be the following for the next year. So I think that's just, they're getting it front-loaded instead of in.
Okay, Vice President Kelly?
Yeah, so coming back to the actual calendar itself, and I do realize that we do have 184 days, 2 days of PD for the teachers. But there's the end of the year issue, and ADA is the first thing that sticks out to me, is what kids are going to return for that final week of school. But if we also go back to November, we've got 2 half days the week prior to Thanksgiving, and then Thanksgiving as well, which I get, we've always had Thanksgiving. But when you put those 2 weeks together, the attendance looks like it's going to take a big hit. We know we've got declining enrollment already with declining ADA, and there's just a lot of days in here that are iffy to me that as a parent, I don't want to send my kids back to school.
Go ahead. I had something else totally off, different, but go ahead. Ms. Bowman?
The district proposed these 2 days. Our TAT people came in, did offer 2 separate days. The district wanted these 2 days for all the reasons they just put forth. I feel like we're going backwards in time here. You have to listen to what these people are telling you, because they're the ones who get all the information about the trainings. Okay, new teachers might not get that information now, but they'll get it later. It's what happens anyway. Whether they get hired in August or they get hired in May, they still get that training. They just get it at a different time. That's why we have those Wednesdays. And they do after-school Wednesdays, too, for new teachers who get paid for it. We have lots and lots of training in the district now that we didn't have when you and I were teachers.
Understood, and we still will. Just, I'm glad I can offer my own opinion. Dr. Romero?
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see everyone. Just a reminder, just like the contract negotiated days for staff development, we also have contracted negotiated days for CSEA and TAT when there's a holiday or a break where they get that Friday before as a half a day. So that would address one of the half a days in your November question.
Thank you. And I have an idea. I was talking to Superintendent Lynch about the testing schedule, and Easter falls at a bad time this year. And I was thinking, not this calendar, 25, 26 calendar, but possibly the other one, so we can get input from staff and parents. A lot of school districts do not have spring break the traditional time as we do. My idea would be to, especially, sometimes Easter comes whenever, the full moon or equinox, however it's figured out. Having a spring break in the middle of the second semester, right about this time of year, and then add another week of snow makeup days. So if school's not canceled due to power shutoffs or snow, that spring break could be 2 weeks, just again. And This was Superintendent Lynch's idea, and I thought it was great, something to consider for 2 years down the road. Dr. Romero.
Hi, good evening again. So when I came here 4 years ago, I brought up all these different things. Have you looked at the calendar this way? Have you looked at this way? And I got a lot of feedback from different people, in particular our sports programs at our high school. And they really emphasize the importance that our calendar matches the Bakersfield High School calendar. So every year I try to go online, make sure when they approved it. The last few years, they have approved a calendar 3 years in advance. This year, they haven't. They did it this year and this year. So because they try to match that type of calendar because of tournaments, because of off-season games, so that is also taken under consideration.
Thank you. Yes, we are beholden to Kern High District with, 18 schools? And whatever league we're in, we're always in with, usually in with Kern High District schools. Any other comments? Mr. Antazari.
Thank you very much. Only because the words ADA were brought up, and then also the snow makeup days. So this is something that I had raised before, just to consider. And I saw the potential repercussions of it this year. So if you notice, in January, there's a snow makeup day. And having makeup days in the winter is kind of a gamble, so to speak. But I certainly understand in bringing it up to Dr. Romero why they get brought on as early as January. That's why there's only one. But the concern is if you look at February, is that 17? So if you put a makeup day as a potential fifth 5-day weekend, the absences are high. People make plans for those days. You can't make them come to work. And so it just has the potential to not be an effective makeup day. Whether we can staff it appropriately, whether enough students are going to come, it's just kind of a concern, and it's also in winter. So just to bring that up and see if there's any other kinds of thoughts about that. That's all.
Anyone else?
Well, one comment.
Trustee Napier?
I think we're where we need to be now. I think there's a lot of good discussion here. I think I would propose that we look at this in a comprehensive, slow, methodical process again. I do recall actually having this very conversation with the previous superintendent asking for that, and it never happened. But I would like to, again, a lot of work goes into this. I mean, there's 1,000 moving parts that I don't think we've even scratched the surface on those tonight. And in my opinion, we approved the calendar tonight, but then we kind of begin very quickly. We don't wait until February next year or March next year. We begin the process very quickly, and I think that would be in the summer. We should direct the new superintendent to discuss this with the unions, all parties involved, and begin that process very, very early, not waiting until February, March. And that falls on us as a board to provide that direction. But my recommendation would be to approve this tonight.
Anyone else? Do I have a motion for the board to approve the 2025-2026, there's a typo there in the agenda, student attendance calendar as presented?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Trustee Napier and seconded by Clerk Wood to approve the 2025-2026 student attendance calendar as presented. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
No. Motion carries 4-2. With that, it is 7:16. We are going to take a 10-minute break.
Yeah, so I just want to share.
Hopefully.
Can I pet that dog? I want all your dog
It's gonna be a wet snow, so it shouldn't be super icy.
Hiring Southern California snow days has been quite the adjustment. It's been fun. I really enjoy, just kind of thank goodness I have Kirk with me. If it wasn't for Kirk, it would be much better.
Yeah. From there to there.
I know the feeling. There's a trash can right next to you, though.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
I
one
was
right
gonna
here.
ask you that, I was,
There's one right here, too.
I don't check my phone during meetings. I heard the ding of the text in here. I think it was Tyler. Yeah. It had to be Pete. Tyler texted me 25 minutes ago. All right, it's 7:32, and we'll resume our meeting with item 8 on the superintendent's agenda, approval of resolution number 01 MAR 25, Classified School Employee Appreciation Week, Monday, May 19th to Friday, May 23rd, 2025. Superintendent Lynch.
All righty, as stated, this is a resolution to recognize CSEA Classified School Employees Appreciation Week. So I think the resolution is attached.
Yes, and I'll read it. Whereas the week of May 19th to May 23rd, 2025 has been recognized by the California Department of Education as Classified School Employees Week per California Education Code 45460. And whereas special recognition will be given to all classified employees. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Tehachapi Unified School District recognizes and wishes to honor the contributions of our classified employees by designating the week of Monday, May 19th to Friday, May 23rd, 2025 as a special week to recognize the service of classified employees. And I need a motion.
Kelly, a second.
It was motioned by Trustee Cooper and seconded by Vice President Kelly to approve the resolution number 01 MAR 25 Classified School Employee Appreciation Week. Roll call vote. Ms. Barnes?
Thank you. President Kaminsky?
Aye.
Vice President Kelly?
Aye.
Clerk Wood?
Aye.
Trustee Cooper?
Aye.
Trustee Christensen?
Aye.
Trustee Napier?
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney absent.
Move on to item 9. I'm sorry, motion carries 6-0. Item 9, approval of resolution number 02 MAR 25 California Day of the Teacher, May 14th, 2025, including Teacher Appreciation Week, Monday, May 5th through Friday, May 9th, 2025. Superintendent?
Similar to the previous resolution, this is a resolution to recognize the Week of the Teacher and the Day of the Teacher as with the dates listed there. And so, again, the resolution is attached, and I leave it to you.
Do I have I'll read the resolution. California Day of the Teacher and Teacher Appreciation Week, whereas the day of May 14th, 2025 has been recognized by the California Department of Education as California Day of the Teacher per California Education Code 37222. And whereas special recognition will be given to all teachers, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Tehachapi Unified School District recognizes and wishes to honor the contributions of our teachers by designating May 14th, 2025 as the Day of the Teacher and the week of Monday, May 5th to Friday, May 9th, 2025 as Teacher Appreciation Week. I need a motion.
Kelly, make the motion.
Motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approve resolution number 02 MAR 25, California Day of the Teacher, May 14th, 2024, and including Teacher Appreciation Week, Monday, May 5th to Friday, May 9th, 2025. Roll call vote, Ms. Barnes?
President Kaminsky?
Aye.
Vice President Kelly?
Aye.
Clerk Wood?
Aye.
Trustee Cooper?
Aye.
Trustee Christensen?
Aye.
Trustee Napier?
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney absent.
Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Superintendent Lynch. Mr. Intezari, business. Presentation adoption of resolution number 03 MAR 25, positive certification of the second interim report for 2024-2025.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. We're happy to recommend a positive certification for our second interim budget for the 24-25 fiscal year. Just as a reminder, the second interim means it's the second formal revision to our budget for this year. So in the first interim, it's as of October 31st, so the budget is compared to where we were a couple months into school. Now we're looking at where the budget is compared to January 31st, so about halfway through. Next slide, please. So we're going to discuss just a fiscal outlook, looking at what is happening at the state of California level, because obviously the health of the state economy directly impacts TUSD. We're going to look at the overview of the budget, revenues and expenditures, talk about the multi-year projection, and a timeline of events related to our budget cycle. Next slide. So just for the fiscal outlook, so the cost of living adjustment, so this is the amount that's applied to the base rate we get per full ADA per student. So we're looking at a 1.07% for this year. These are the same amounts that were since first interim. We've been told to continue to use these projections, looking at about 3% next year and about 3% the year after that. Our LCFF revenues are slightly on the decline, 211,000 less. So now we're looking at 48,018,000 for this year. That just has to do with less students coming to school less frequently than we had estimated back in December when we last reported out. So in terms of the legislature, this has been kind of a challenge. So we're not exactly sure what the health of the state is. There's a lot of things going on. We were told that in terms of from a fiscal perspective that our COLAs were held strong, so that was going to potentially materialize, but it has happened in the past that they go back on that. And so we were told that we were going to be receiving something similar to the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. So that's the pot of money that we were using to continue a lot of the supports we were offering through the ESSER money. But as early as last week, we were told, oh, that might not materialize. And for those that are aware of the strict timelines that happens in relation to what we spend most of our money on in regard to staffing, that's incredibly frustrating. So when we were told that we might get it, we weren't told how much or when, and specifically told not to include it in any estimates. So that sounds very promising. So that's sarcasm. So in term, just because it's on the top of everybody's mind, federal funding, we have no formal indication in any way that Title I, or that is part of the ESSA funds, Every Student Succeeds Act, formerly No Child Left Behind, or the IDEA, which is essentially the SPED funding that we receive. So that is intact. We continue to project that it will continue to be received just as we've been directed to. If that does change, we will let you know, but that would change for everybody and impact everybody just the same. So that would be our own challenge to overcome.
Can I add something? I'm sorry to interrupt. If the last couple months are any indication, we may be given information and have to make decisions on that information that will be tough to make, and then be told, never mind. That's my concern with the federal funding.
Yes, I mean, we're already going through that with the state funding. So, it's essentially kind of the same thing. So, and the problem with the state funding part, the reason why it's so frustrating is because that's the majority of our funding. And so, for context, that 1% COLA, so 1% doesn't sound a lot, but when you're applying it to $48 million, that's essentially $500,000 per percent. So when it was 3% that we were supposed to get in 2024, 2025, that wasn't just, oh, well, $1 million, I'm short $1 million next year. I was short $1 million in perpetuity. That money that we were banking on, money that we were told to include in our projections. And when you spend most of your money on people, right, obviously that's going to impact them. So just something to share. So we're hoping this 3%, 2.93 and 3.08 materialize in the future. That does not mean that it will, but that's the amounts that we're told to use to project. Any questions about that part? No? Okay, next slide, please. All right. So I always just make sure to remind everyone that the general fund makes up the majority of our revenues and expenses. That's all the activity for operating the school district, but obviously we do have adult education in Fund 11, the cafeteria fund in Fund 13, capital facilities, so where our developer fee money goes, and the money to pay for some of those big purchases like the land next to Tompkins, our facility master plan, anything related to building additional classroom space can come out of that fund, but we're going to be focusing on the general fund since that's the meat of our operation. Next slide, please. So we're just going to go over the projected revenues and expenses as a summary. So total revenue for this year, we are budgeting $61.4 million, but we have expenses going out of almost $71 million. So that's a $9.46 million deficit. Next slide. Sorry. So that is a planned deficit, although I wouldn't say the $9.5 million was the part of the plan. But the deficit spending is because we're talking about both unrestricted side of the budget and the restricted side of the budget. So the restricted side is grants and entitlements, money that's supposed to be spent. So a lot of those block grants that we were holding on to, right, that was money sitting on the books. You don't see the revenue in this year because that money was already there. Like we recorded that revenue in previous years. So we're spending that down, but we are deficit spending on both sides that I want to bring to your attention. Next slide, please. So just looking at our revenues, as you can see, LCFF on the unrestricted side makes up over 93% and over almost 80% of the entire budget. So on the unrestricted side, we bring in a little over 51 million. On the restricted side, bringing in about 10 million, and that's what makes up that $61.4 million number. Next slide. In regard to expenses, as you can see, over 63% on the unrestricted side is going to salaries and benefits. That's a bit misleading because if you look at that top 17.1% contribution to restricted, that's mostly going to special education as well as routine restricted maintenance, and those are also primarily salaries and benefits. But it's just kind of hard to capture the expenses and then the amount that gets shifted over to the expenditures on the restricted side. So on the restricted side, you're seeing 25.26 million, and that's how we get to our almost $71 million in expenses. Next slide. Okay, so now the impact on fund balance. So we're talking about how much money we earned and how much money we spent, and now we're going to talk about how much money we have. Next slide. So for this year, we planned on the unrestricted side to deficit spend a little over 3.7 million. And on the restricted side, 5.68 million. So that is just expenses in excess of revenues. Next slide. So what this means is that on the unrestricted side of the balance sheet, we're estimating that at the end of this year, on the unrestricted side, we're still going to have 15.3 million. So to bring that into perspective, the 9% board reserve is about a little over $6 million. So at the end of this year, we're still in good shape. In terms of the estimated restricted ending fund balance, they're going to have about 4.77 million. So spending that money down. In a perfect world, that would be zero. The money that comes in for the grants goes out for the grants in the same year that it's earned, but that doesn't always happen. So in terms of being able to meet in the near term, are the 9% reserve very possible and in good shape for the end of this year. Next slide. The concern, though, is that that $9.5 million of deficit spending brings us to a total of $20 million. So that's in both the unrestricted and restricted ending fund balance, how much is left. But when you're projected to deficit spend in the future, that does have a significant impact because the expenses are outpacing the revenues in the out years. Next slide. So we're going to just talk about the projection for the rest of this year and then the next 2 years as required by the state. So this is just how you show, are you solvent, right? So when we are recommending a positive certification, it means that we can meet our reserve requirements this year, next year, and the year after. So the projection, just to summarize, has the revenues of 61 million and about 71 going out, with that 9.5 million deficit spending. So the projected revenues and expenses for next year would result in a deficit spend of 7.1 million, and then the next year about 6.5 million. Next slide. So what does this mean for us as it relates to our reserve requirement? So with an ending fund balance at the end of this year of 20 million, our 9% reserve is about 6.3 million, in good shape. The following year we would have 12.9 million, so that's a significant drop getting us down, but we would still be able to meet the board reserve. But obviously, a lot of those commitments that we've made, whether it was for textbooks, technology, the post-employment benefits that we offer, the actuarial cost of those, like in the future, we would be eating into that commitment. And then if you look at the last year in our projection, we are just about barely able to meet the board reserve requirement. So in previous presentations, we've kind of demonstrated that the district has been very forward in providing supports to our students, trying to do everything we can as they, to mitigate the learning loss that we experienced through COVID. But unfortunately, we do reach a certain point where the resources aren't there to match the supports that are being provided. But this is only in a projection, so if we do next year, so the intent was this year, obviously with changes in leadership and so much going on, certainly understand the board's commitment to our staff and wanting to make sure that, that we are transitioning with a permanent superintendent and everything that comes with that. So certainly want to be supportive, but do feel it's my obligation to point out that I estimate that when we do our adopted budget next year, we're going to be recommending a qualified certification, which just means you're not going to be able to meet your reserve requirement in the final year. And that's just an estimation, and we're not alone in that. I spoke to our auditor this morning, kind of talked to her about what we were looking at and felt relieved to know that we were not alone, but certainly doesn't make it feel any better when you hear teachers talking about all those things that we've been providing and all those things that are working and all those services that are benefiting students. So I certainly feel, I can understand how they feel like something is being taken away, right? But it has been a challenge to maintain that, especially with the state saying, oh, we're going to give you an extra $1 million in perpetuity. Oh, never mind. Oh, we might give you $3 million. Never mind. It does really make it hard for everyone that's involved with school district public accounting here in California.
And then there's many districts. There was one in the CBA News today where they had to cut millions of dollars, millions. I can't recall the name of the district. I think it was in Northern California, but they're all over the state where they just.
Yes,
So-
and millions might
and-
be a lot to one district and not a lot to another. Also, we're fortunate in Tehachapi that we're only conservatively estimating a 1% decline year over year. Maybe it'll be 2%, but we know that our community continues to grow. Whether it's growing with families that are bringing, child-age students, it's tough to predict. But we are part of a growing community. We don't see that enrollment decline that we're seeing in a lot of our California school districts, but Kern is growing. So it certainly feels like a challenge for them. I know everyone's kind of feeling it, and this is just kind of something that is inherent with one-time money. You would expect the state to understand that, but that's just kind of the challenges that come with significant one-time funds and coming off of it. But everyone has been extremely supportive in providing all those resources, but it probably has been muddied what is our primary core offering as a school district and what is the supplemental stuff that we bring extra using, whether it's Title I or any of the other title programs, any of the state or other state programs that bring funding to us. So I do think that it would be important to, that's one of the first things I would like to do is meet with our new superintendent and align so that the goal is by 2027, 2028, the revenues and the expenses are in alignment. So in regard to timeline, as it relates to the budget cycle, so we're reporting on our second interim, and then in May, the governor would update his proposed budget from January. That's usually supposed to be pretty predictable of what's going to happen, but only in my time here have I ever seen such a drastic change from May to June being possible. So it does make it hard to budget, but we're hoping that by May, the information that comes from the May revise will be usable as we develop our budget for the following year and bring forward in June. And then in July, we would begin the new fiscal year. with that budget. And then we would come back to you in December once again. Any
Add
questions?
another, hate to be Debbie Downer, but then I was watching the news yesterday, and there were protests at UC's and Cal State system schools because they are getting an 8% cut this coming budget. So that wolf is too close to the door. I'm sorry. Hopefully it stays there.
No, I mean, certainly understand the way we are projecting. So when we incorporate the COLA into the multi-year projection, that's not incorporating any other additional costs. You know, we project the conservatively the step and column movement. You know, it might be 1 or 1.5% industry normally. We incorporate 2% just to make sure, you know, because you never know what could happen, right? There's no way that I would have been able to budget that this fiscal year we were going to determine that direct aids for SPED students were going to need to make a big change in classification and therefore their pay, you know, but we don't make necessarily business decisions. These are resources that we use. It's difficult to incorporate. So we do try to be conservative with the multi-year projection. You know, if it was to go beyond 2%, I mean, that would be, you get a lot of people retiring from the high end of the scale and, you know, people on the lower end of the scale replacing them. So you typically have a balance. So we are conservative in our projections. We're continuing to look for ways to save. The staffing is just the biggest challenge because it has the most rules around it. It's the most consistently expensive thing we have when you consider the costs of pension benefits, medical, like health and welfare benefits. So it's people are expensive, but we are in the people business. So just encourage you to your support and trying to find how we can balance and find a way to get our revenues in alignment with our expenditures, but in a way that is most appropriate to serve our students. Obviously, we would always do this in conjunction with our bargaining groups and our stakeholders. You know, I do, as someone doesn't have an instructional background, do appreciate hearing the perspective from teachers and community members about what our programs that I see as account lines and budgets, you know, what it means to them. So appreciate the opportunity and look for your approval of our positive certification recommendation.
Any questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Intezari, I do want to say thank you to you and your staff, because I know this is not an easy time, and I know that keeping those numbers and lines in a way that we can understand it is a lot of work, and I do appreciate it. So I'm going to ask you to look at what's that round ball that predicts the future? What's that thing called?
Crystal ball.
Crystal ball. And look
Those
back on
eight balls.
the 8 ball. Either one of those today would be ideal. I know you're extremely good at predicting our numbers, and that's all it is. And I know you just said that we don't know what's going to come out the governor's mouth in May. If you had a crystal ball and you were willing to make a projection of how accurate you think these numbers are going to be, are we above 98%? Do you think these numbers will hold pretty well?
What do you mean above 98%?
Do you think the numbers for the 24-25 ending budget are going to be pretty close to what you've given us, or do you think it may go a little wonky?
On the revenues or expenses?
Either one.
So the revenues, unless something significantly changes in attendance, we've been pretty good getting pretty on the nose with the LCFF number, just because we do kind of get down pretty granular with, you know, how many kids, how often they come to school. With the expenses, I would say no, that those would be a little more fluid, because the first thing we're doing is I already have a meeting set up with my team to go over some of our supplies expenses and purchase orders and start seeing where we can reduce. So there's more flexibility in the expenses. So it would be tough to say 98% because that's pretty close to accurate, but I would say your revenues pretty much are what they are, at least for the LCFF. And then for the expenses, I mean, I would be trying my best to reduce them and see what are things that positions that might have been open and stale, or maybe they thought they needed it and now we don't, or maybe, you know, just trying to think of different ways that we could save, right? Like, okay, perhaps less generous with the extra duty overtime. A lot of times departments will kind of, the administrators that we have, especially at the school sites, are very supportive when it comes to reducing. If I say like, hey, we're going to need to find places to like cut back, they're extremely supportive. So the expenses, will they go up from this? No. But was it going to end at about 98% of this? I would hope not. It's my goal to bring that down as much as possible.
Okay.
But yeah, your deficit spending of close to $10 million, that's pretty much what it's going to be.
Okay, so this, I'll put it in my own words so that it doesn't come out of your mouth. We're pretty much close to where we're going to be next year and the year beyond are the bigger questions.
Oh, for the projection, the multi, I would certainly hope not, because the thing is that if you take that out 4 years, you're looking at negative certification. Right. You know, there is going to have to be a change. You know, as much as, you know, I hear a lot of people will kind of say there is funding for this, but when you look at negative, what was it, almost $3 million in the unrestricted side, right? It's kind of tough. So, I mean, as much as I appreciate the opportunity to serve and approve a lot of things that we've done that are good for kids, it's just going to be kind of difficult to not pull things back. It's going to have to come down. If it doesn't, you're looking at solvency issues in the near future, which is not what you want to do.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? So do I have a motion that the board approve the adoption of resolution number 03-MAR25, positive certification of the second interim report for 2024-2025 as presented?
Kelly, make the motion.
I'll second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper. The board approved. This is a roll call vote. Oh, let me read the resolution first. Whereas the Board of Trustees has adopted a budget for the operation of the Tehachapi Unified School District for fiscal year 2024-2025, and whereas the Board of Trustees has approved certain appropriations and transfers to the 2024-2025 budget, and whereas the Board of Trustees finds that the district will be able to meet its financial obligations for the 2024-2025 fiscal year and 2 subsequent fiscal years, now therefore be it resolved that pursuant to Assembly Bill 1366, Chapter 741, Statutes of 1985, the Board of Trustees of the Tehachapi Unified School District certifies that the district will be able to meet its financial obligations for the remainder of the 2024-2025 fiscal year and 2 subsequent fiscal years. Roll call vote. Ms. Barnes?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Christensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney absent.
Motion carries 6-0. Number 2, approval of the agreement between Hanover Research and Tehachapi Unified School District. I know Ms. Paxton will be here with a rep from Hanover.
Yes. So, and much of the same sentiment that's been shared tonight between Mr. Intezari and the teachers. We are in instructional services always looking at ways to be more effective and efficient. And so at this time, we are interested in partnering with Hanover Research to conduct a study on current practices and systems that exist within our organization that impact student outcomes. Tonight we have Erica Brandoff here from Hanover to briefly review the process of this project and how the project could impact TUSD and benefit the outcomes for our students.
Thank you. You can go to the next slide. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to speak. My name's Erica Brandoff from Hanover Research. And just to kind of give some high-level background, Hanover provides custom research and evaluation supports and services to school districts, ranging from all different areas to really ensure data-driven decision-making. So as I was sitting in the meeting today thinking about the discussion around RTI and the early release days, those are all areas that Hanover could support by, doing mixed methodological research to really ensure that you're gathering feedback and data to really ground those decisions. We work with districts across the country. We work with quite a few in California, providing support to Sierra Sands. Recently been kind of working with them on their cell phone policies, so gathering data to kind of inform that. Working with them to support their supports for assistant principals, so gathering data to support that. Bakersfield in their development of Portrait of a Graduate. They do climate surveys with us, and Pomona to really assess the impact of professional learning to ensure that it's making an impact. So we can move on to the next slide. So I've had a lot of conversations with Ms. Paxton around this idea of really taking a deeper look into the implementation of instruction within the school district, to be able to understand the root causes that might be getting in the way of, fidelity of implementation. Really thinking about students who are in special education and gathering feedback and data to drive their achievement in the district. And also, again, thinking about cost saving, right? So evaluating programs and understanding what's making an impact, what's not, to be able to kind of make those tough decisions grounded in data. And then the last piece that I know Ms. Paxton has shared a lot about is really arming principals with the tools and the resources that they need to be able to support instruction within the district. So these are just a list of potential projects that I've talked about with Superintendent Lynch and with Ms. Paxton, ways that we could be supporting the district. But I think one thing to note is that our work is always meant to be flexible and fluid. So if a priority comes up, like evaluating RTI, we can always kind of adapt to the emerging needs of the district and provide that support. But essentially, we have a team of over 200 researchers at Hanover, where we take a mixed methodological approach in gathering data. So you can see here doing things like a teacher engagement and student engagement survey, where we're gathering feedback from staff, from principals, from students on instruction within the district. Doing things like qualitative research, where we're doing in-depth interviews to really understand potential barriers that might be getting in the way of effective instruction. Doing things, quantitative analysis, so looking at student support services and resources within the school level and correlating that with student outcomes to see what's working, what's not, and doing resource allocation data analysis, looking at how is the district spending funds on what resources, and how does research kind of align to whether that's an impactful use of funds versus less impactful. We can go to the next slide. Some other potential projects, peer benchmarking. So looking at districts who are similar to you all demographically and seeing how are they going about, improving instruction and driving the student outcomes, both by looking at publicly available information, but then we'll actually go out and do interviews with folks from these districts to really be able to take those best practices and apply them to Tehachapi's context. Doing some staff model peer benchmarking, best practices, whether that's related to principals becoming, developing their instructional leadership, or in reducing, special education identification. So a lot of different kind of directions and places to go. But again, really, I think that the goal is taking that holistic mixed methods approach in gathering the data to really drive those district decisions. I'll pause there to see if you have anything to add.
The only thing I would like to add is when we presented the LCAP data, the board expressed concern around student achievement. We know that math has really been an area of struggle for our students. And we offer a lot of professional development that was mentioned earlier tonight. I think TUSD has made a heavy investment on professional development in the last couple years. And so we really want to see what barriers exist within our system and how we can improve outcomes for students. And so that's why we're hoping to partner with Hanover, because they provide an outside perspective.
So I'd love to pause to see if you all have any questions.
Is the main focus reading and math, or basically whoever Mrs. Paxton and Mr. Lynch?
We can decide.
in-
So it's pretty flexible. So when you look at the contract, if we add more items in, that doesn't affect the price tag of this partnership. So I know we've talked previously about, we have a pretty substantial identification of special education students. And so why is that? That can be part of the research that we do. We can look also at math. And what is preventing our students from increasing in their academic achievement levels. But yes, we can choose whatever we want.
With special ed, is there research done by Hanover on the IEP process?
Yeah. So again, we can do best practice reports on the IEP process, but also audit like what's happening here to within developing IEPs, the process before a student gets an IEP, to ultimately with the goal of reducing those rates.
I mean, really, the outcomes of the research is to inform our practices so that when we are offering professional development, it's in a targeted area that has been identified. And also when principals are providing professional development and support, they have this data about their site on ways that they need to support.
And who came up with, on slide 3, who came up with the context points? Because before you answer, it's as a positive. I think they're all spot on.
So that was through discussion with Ms. Paxton. So we've had several conversations, and so we kind of synthesized that into the context and then where you all are hoping to go.
Okay, thank you.
I have a couple questions for Ms. Paxton. Why now? What triggered you to go down this road?
Actually, I've been working with Hanover probably for a year at least. And so I had brought it to Ms. Larson Everson, and she didn't really think it was the time. But, on our last dashboard release, we saw some declining outcomes for students. And I thought, well, if not now, when, right? Because we can't let our students continue to decline. We need to intervene, and we really need to be targeted in our intervention. So we need to know what's going on.
I want to add, I've been in conversation with Ms. Paxton, and she is genuinely frustrated at all the work her department and teachers and administrators do, and we're not seeing the results. And as Mr. Intezari showed us in his presentation on the second interim, we've got to be pretty efficient with what we do.
Yeah, and I think everybody on our staff, everybody's working really hard, right? Our teachers are working hard, our classified staff that are working with our students are working hard, our site administrators are working hard. I think we need to know what are the areas that we need to be more intentional on to really see those improved outcomes for students.
Another question. I would love within this process, I brought it up, 2-3 meetings ago about I've never been a big believer that test scores are the end-all be-all. I think that's a bad representation of teachers. I think they work all year long. Kids can opt out. Kids don't care. I mean, I knew when I was a kid, it doesn't affect my grade. That, to me, that's just a poor reflection of the district. If they don't care, we can analyze it all we want, but if the kids just simply don't care, what are we doing? So I think there needs to be a heavy focus on collaborating with the teachers here, because they're the ones in the classroom with the 20 to 30, however many kids, really deep dive with them and understand what struggles are you facing. If they say, look, test scores are great, that's a nice benchmark, we're required to do it, but this is where we're struggling, or this is what's working. I would also, kind of a second part to that is, I would hope that there's a comprehensive look into software, technology, agreements. Every board meeting, we have agreements with someone. I mean, there's an agreement with this guy, that guy, this team, this software, that program. It's just like abundant. It's just never ending. And I think our staff is great, but do we really need all those? Has anybody asked the teachers, do you actually use this? Is it good? Is it helpful? They may go, it doesn't even work. It's not worth the time. I mean, we've heard for years that capturing kids' hearts is great for elementary, but high school, it's not a great approach. So that kind of stuff, talk to the principals, but talk to the teachers. They're the ones day to day in there. And we as a board should not pretend that, looking at a handful of bullet points is going to give us the real representation. But, we heard from the RTI teachers today. That's the nuts and bolts of what we do. And again, I had students go through both those programs myself. But don't just rely on test scores. That cannot be the litmus test for our teachers, because if that's the case, then they're failing, and then we know that's not accurate. That is not true. We have kids leaving our district successfully all the time and improving and growing all the time. So if test scores are the end-all be-all, then what are we doing here? Because that's not the real representation. So something I would like to see through this process, if possible, again, I asked for it a few months ago, was what are the kids' grades, right? Like, I never care what my kids' test scores are. For number one, they show up 9 months late. I'm like, what the heck is this? Who cares? Throw it away. Their progress reports, their parent square notifications, the report cards, it's like every single day, that's what I want to know. That's what leads them to college and on beyond. So where are we at? Are the grades our kids are getting really representative of other districts? Because again, test scores are garbage. Like, it's not fair. It's not fair at all. So again, I think we should really hone in on talking to these teachers and go, we need data from you guys and information to understand, are these grades reflecting the test scores? Now, if there's some algorithm that says, yeah, they're kind of on par, okay, fine, maybe. I highly doubt it. But I think we need to pause on this. Personally, I think this needs to table and have more discussion on this. This is a big undertaking, and $50,000, yeah, people think, oh, in a big budget, it's not that much. But I'm not opposed to it necessarily, but I think it's something we need to really look at and gather. I think this should also be input from the board as to where the scope is, because I work with consultants in my professional career all the time, and the conversation is, oh, if you just need changes, we'll just change it and we'll just do it all on the fly. Well, then that means something else is getting not done, right? Something in your scope originally, if you say, well, now, based on the conversation tonight, Tyler wants this and RTI, then two other things are not getting looked at. So I think creating a real scope with the board and collaborating that, and hearing from the teachers ahead of time is like, what do we need to focus on? Let's not just go into it like, hey, we got problems. We can just kind of work along the way, one step at a time. But I think there's some good meat here on this to help us. At this time, I think I'm going to vote no at this point, just because I don't think we're ready for it.
Do you look at teachers' grading processes? Like, some teachers might give 20% for homework and 30% on quizzes, 50% on tests. That's something you look at.
Yeah, again, I think that the approach is meant to be custom, right? And so working with you to say, is that what's important in terms of taking a deep dive and looking at and comparing the different teachers within the district, but then also looking at aspirant school districts, peer school districts, to see what does the research say as best practice in terms of thinking about how to weight, grading. One other thing that I'll note too that I didn't mention is that with this partnership, you'll also have access to an online digital library that houses over 1,500 best practice reports, peer benchmarking reports, research that we've done that spans all different educational topics. So maybe if we are focusing on some of the custom work on, evaluating the professional learning that's happened and the barriers that teachers are facing as they implement instruction, you would still have this research library that houses a report on RTI best practices or grading best practices. So to really kind of arm the district with continued on-demand research.
So I'm gonna, can
Yeah, please do. My last question just went out
I?
one ear.
I'm gonna respectfully disagree with trustee Napier, only because I see it in alignment with our facilities program, how we're looking at everything we do with that for our buildings and our places and our property, whereas this does the same thing, but for our instruction, right?
Exactly.
Do we have the capacity? Do we have the things do we need? Do we have the people in the right places? Do we have? So that's how I look at it, as comparable to the facilities.
Okay, it came back to me. I know there's districts in our county who have gotten out of differentiation through the county office. We have not. So I would hope that you would look at those districts. I couldn't tell you who they are, but I know there's some. And if they can do it, we should be able to do it. We have the talent in the classroom to do it.
Yep.
I have another comment. I agree with Vice President Kelly for sure. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying I think we need to hone in on the scope. And honing in on the scope should be input from the board, from the staff, from principals all the way down to really because you kind of made my point when he says, what about this? Oh yeah, we'll do that. Well, there is a limit to your time, right? It's not $49,000 to just do whatever we want. There will come a point where you go, hey, we've kind of tapped out, right? There's a limit to your guys' time. You're not going to just do this indefinitely for us. So I agree, Tracy. I think that's a perfectly valid analogy to kind of represent those. We need to look at these things comprehensively, but just with going in with this, whatever you guys need, I don't like that. Consultants they tell us what we want to hear, right? I joke that consultants say, how do you want me to write it? What do you want me to say? Right? Engineers and consultants, they love to kind of appease the customer, and we're the customer at this point. So I think honing on the scope, and if the scope creates it to change from 49,000 to 89,000, so be it, if that's what the collective stakeholders decide, because there's just too many variables in here just to kind of go into it and go, yeah, we'll just figure it out on the way. That's just what I'm hearing here at this point. In addition to that, Ms. Paxton, did this go out to bid? Did you do an RFP for consultants, or you just had a relationship with them, or how did we establish this?
So in my previous district, we used Hanover. Sierra Sands uses Hanover. They have a great reputation, and so that's why I reached out to them.
Okay, thanks.
And one other just thing to note is that in terms of just thinking about prioritization, again, I think that Ms. Paxton had, during our extensive conversations, had prioritized thinking about, evaluating instruction and the impact of professional learning. My point about we could do that is that throughout the partnership, we can pause, we can pivot. So if you all wanted to prioritize, thinking about the audit like how you did for facilities, but instead focusing on instruction, but then as we engage, another need comes up, we want to just offer that flexibility, and that could be, absolutely informed by board, teacher, stakeholder feedback. So.
Okay, I understand that. If you're looking for a motion at any point in time, my motion would be to table it and give Ms. Paxton direction to bring back feedback from staff, from principals all the way down, with very specific details that they're looking for in areas that they would like to see this process focus on.
Okay, anybody else? Mr. Cooper?
I'm just curious as to if you go to an institution such as ours, where do you start and how do you identify all the stakeholders? Because all of these go into identifying the problems or potential problems.
Can you explain what you mean? How do we identify all the stakeholders? Who are you?
No, I say, where do you start? I'd like to see the starting point.
Yeah. And tell me if I'm answering your question. If not, I can get more clarity. So in terms of the way that the partnership works is we have an implementation team. So Ms. Paxton would have two main points of contact where we would begin with a kickoff meeting. Ms. Paxton would invite anyone else to that meeting who would be part of thinking about this work, where we would scope out, okay, this is the first project that we are going to be focusing on. Let's say that is a survey where we're gathering feedback from teachers, from students, from leadership on instructional practices. We would then do the heavy lifting in developing that survey, getting Ms. Paxton and any other stakeholders that you would want to get feedback on in terms of that survey. We would administer it, then synthesize that data, and each project comes with recommendations, next steps, and key findings, and that could be in the format of PowerPoint presentation, an infographic, a full-on report. But in terms of thinking about the stakeholders involved, Ms. Paxton would, kind of guide us in terms of who are we wanting to involve in that, scoping process. I don't know if you want to add anything.
And then I have a follow-up on that. How does that translate to the classroom and the student learning?
In terms of
The overall picture. You're wanting to improve the education. How does that impact the classroom?
We would be gathering data from people that are in the classroom and at the school site. So teachers would be part of that process, or classified staff members that are in that environment, and then site administrators would be involved as well as students. So you'd have a wide gamut of people that are experiencing instruction in our schools.
Then one
So
more-
we're
then-
looking for trends.
Yeah. Then one more question and I'll shut up. Do you cover K through 12?
Yeah. Yeah.
Clerk Wood?
Some more.
I'm in favor of tabling it right now also. I need a little bit more information and the buy-in and collaboration. I value what you're bringing to us. It's very exciting to me, but I just need a little bit more time to, maybe talk to somebody else like Sierra Sands, or, how it's working and implementing, and some of maybe their teachers there are. I just would like to talk to some of our teachers. And, it sounds really great. It really does. But I just need a little bit more to chew on before. So tabling it would work for me.
I have one additional comment. Yeah, currently this is a 3-year agreement. I think that I would prefer moving forward to do a 1-year agreement at a time, reevaluate another agreement, but just saying we're good for 3, you want to lock in for 3 years is crazy to me, because so much will change through that process, and maybe you go a year, identify the issues, implement those issues, reevaluate, and then decide what's next. So I would not be in favor of a 3-year agreement. I think a 1 year at a time, obviously with the ability to renew, of course.
Contract is actually written so that we can elect not to participate in the other 2 years. So we would participate for the 1 year, which would be the 25-26 school year, and then we can elect not to participate those other years.
Okay, their services agreement says start date
Yeah,
March 17,
yes.
2025, March 16, 2028. So
Yep.
that's pretty clear there. So anyways, that's where I'm at.
Anyone else?
I just have one other
Christensen.
thing going off of what Clerk Woods was saying. I'd like to find out from their other partners, not only how they felt about it, but what is the return on the investment that they see? This is a lot of money. This is going to be a big thing that we're going to be doing. We all agree that the children are our main focus. What I'd like to know is from their other partners, what do they see out of their kids at the end of the year, at the end of the second year? Are they seeing a far superior return on the investment utilizing their information? Before we make it, It's just something that I'm in the details, and that's one of the details that I think that we need before we make an actual decision.
Okay. My comment on that is Mrs. Paxton shared that she's worked with Hanover before,
Yeah.
and I trust her judgment. And I think there's kids that are going to be, well, let me go back. I'm assuming do you evaluate iReady? Okay. Because if the iReady data is correct, we should have good test scores this year. So that's one thing, another contract that's much more expensive than Hanover. Much more, 3 times, right?
More
6
than 3
times?
times,
Yeah. So I would like to see that ASAP. And whether because I've heard that some teachers, I don't feel like teaching today. This is a minority, small minority, I hope. Guys, just do iReady today. I actually saw that when I subbed. And others don't use it enough. There's a balance.
That's true.
Should be, 2 times a week, 2 subjects, something like that.
45 minutes a week per subject.
Yeah. So I think we need to know that. I'd rather spend $50,000 on Hanover to tell us that how iReady is being used, because when that renewal comes up, that's going to be a chunk of change.
It is up.
Oh, it is up.
Yeah.
It was on the consent, yeah, so it's been improved already, so, but in future years, it'll be important information. Anyone else? Been a good discussion.
I just feel like I'm not shutting it down, but I just need more time.
Trustee Napier, do you want to make that motion?
I would like to make a motion, yes. I would like to make a motion, we table this to the April meeting. I don't think the 25th is a reasonable timeline for Ms. Paxton to gather the data that I'm requesting, but table this to the April regular board meeting with direction to meet with principals and get clear scoping items that they think we should identify and look at within their school site. It would be up to them, of course, to meet with teachers, learning directors, whatever they decide how they want, but then that data, that information is brought back to the board in April to review that. I would like the principals to be available as well to hear from them directly. They're the ones, boots on the ground, because something as simple as, recess is too short, or, there's middle school, there's kids fighting in the locker, all those things can impact education. So long story short, make a motion that we table this till April with Ms. Paxton bringing back data and information to help the board provide a scope to Hanover in April.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It was motioned by Trustee Napier and seconded by Clerk Wood to table the a contract for further study at the April meeting. All in favor of the motion to table, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Did you hear? For the first?
Aye for
Okay. Okay. Motion passes 5-1. Item 3, approval of the agreement between National University and Tehachapi Unified School District, Masters of Social Work Site Agreement.
Thank you, President
Commissioner
Kaczynski.
Zari.
This is a university district partnership agreement with National University in order to allow social work students to gain hands-on experience with qualified personnel. This comes at no cost to the district, and we seek your approval to enter into the agreement.
Any questions or comments from the board? Is there a motion to approve the agreement between National University and Tehachapi Unified School District, Masters of Social Work Site Agreement as presented?
Kelly, I make the motion.
Second.
There's a motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Cooper, that the board approve the agreement between National University and Tehachapi Unified School District. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Number 4, approval of the agreement between Solution Tree PLC and Tehachapi Unified School District.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. This agreement is for Golden Hills Elementary in order to receive professional development for their learning communities. The cost of the agreement is $15,750 and to be spent from the budget allocated to Golden Hills for Title I. We seek your approval for the agreement.
Any questions or comments from the board? I had a question for Mrs. Bailey. Yeah, she's here. Let me find it. Okay.
Yes.
So the dates for our April 2nd, April 23rd, those are Wednesdays,
Yes.
early release.
Yes, teacher, yes.
But May 8th
One
is
is our site led, yeah.
May 8th is a Thursday. How's that going?
Correct. We're going to do the paid PD after school where we timesheet teachers to come to this training.
Okay, that's all I was.
Okay.
I just didn't want to, I'm bad with dates, and I was hoping you weren't, but I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure it's,
Does anyone have other questions on it?
Actually, I do. What's
Sure.
the projected outcome?
Well, our school, our Guiding Coalition, which is our leadership team, that they are renamed the Guiding Coalition, went to a PLC training at the beginning of the year, and they had came back with tons of momentum, and it's really changed the dynamic of those teams. So if you think about those early release, the time that you guys talked about where they collaborate, really you can collaborate and it could be effective and student-centered and data-based, and where they're really doing common lesson planning, or it can be less effective. And so our teams are really working on making that time really effective. And I have a quote I'm going to share when we get to the launch all about it. But essentially, this contract is really to help our Guiding Coalition has the information and they have the momentum and they're passing it along to our teams, and our teams are excited. But our teams need also to have that information. So like when we go to a training, we receive the information, we take it back to our school sites, but a lot is lost in translation. So it's really to give all of our teachers, while we have the opportunity this year with some Title I funds to get that same, all of our teachers to get that same information. And then also for us to have some resources moving forward, because as you heard earlier, we may not have the same amount of Title I funds. So these resources will help us to continue that work on our own without Solution Tree, because as you can see, they're pretty expensive. So moving forward, we'd be able to continue that work.
Thank you.
Yes.
any other questions? Thank you, Mrs. Bailey. Do I have a motion for the board to approve the agreement between Solution Tree PLC and Tehachapi Unified School District as presented?
Kelly, I make the motion.
Second.
It was moved by Vice President Kelly and seconded by Trustee Christensen. The board approved the agreement between Solution Tree PLC and Tehachapi Unified School District. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Number 5, approval of the 2024, 2025, and 2025-2026 transportation plan for Tehachapi Unified School District. Mr. Intezari.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. At the last regular board meeting, I had Ms. Denise Berry, Transportation Supervisor, with me. Just to summarize the information that was presented, we issued about 1,600 bus passes this year with 900 daily riders, like active riders, out of the approximate 1,600 bus passes that were issued. This is specifically Gen Ed. We have 11 Gen Ed routes for both primary and secondary, and then we have 7 sped routes. What I wanted to address with the board was we did the reason we brought it a month earlier than we normally do was to propose the change of the middle school walking distance from 1 mile to 2 miles, given the wide district boundary that we have. I appreciate the feedback and discussion. So we did some research. So a few years ago, I think it was 4 years ago, we did have sixth graders on a different walking distance. But because you had essentially families where they had two kids going to the same school, a sixth grader and an eighth grader, but one was eligible for the bus and one wasn't, because a lot of elementary schools go up to sixth grade. The state priority for transportation goes up to sixth grade. And so I think just because we serve sixth grade in our middle school just kind of does add that little bit of a wrinkle. I know Trustee Sweeney expressed concern, especially for the littles, that 2 miles for a sixth grader might be a bit much. So I was asked to provide information on those potentially eliminated bus stops for the middle school route, just some information on them. So there were 2 bus stops, Cherry Lane and Beach. We have 16 bus passes issued to students that would ride, but we have 9 frequent riders, 3 sixth graders, 2 seventh graders, 4 eighth graders. Then for Mill Street and D Street, we have 6 bus passes issued, 3 regular riders, 2 sixth graders, 1 eighth grader. And just the reason why we brought that, we were proposing that is just because we do have about 14 students on a wait list that live in the Golden Hills community, but that cannot get transportation. So this was trying to just broaden the range, but certainly understand the concern about the sixth graders. It looks like that was already incorporated into board policy. And so when that change was made to align with the middle school, so that all middle schoolers had the same walking distance, that's kind of where the change came about. So just wanted to bring that to, because it was requested, but certainly open to the board's feedback on it. That's the only proposed change from the previous year, and still no proposal to charge for transportation at the moment. We hear a lot of positive feedback about being able to offer free transportation, and so we seek your direction on that proposed change and any other information, and then your approval for our transportation plan.
Any questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I have some.
Vice President Kelly.
Thank you. If I'm understanding your numbers correctly, we're basically affecting 9 frequent riders at the middle school versus 14 elementary students at Golden Hills. Is that correct?
Sorry, say that again?
We're looking at 9 frequent riders at the middle school versus 14 that would be at elementary school of Golden Hills.
So the 14 that I'm talking about are 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. So they would be on the middle school route. So they're just in Golden Hills community.
Okay.
Sorry, did I not understand that correctly?
Probably my misunderstanding. Okay, so then what's the, because we're increasing the distance, or you're asking us to increase the distance for 6th graders so that we can have more bus service at Golden Hills. Was that
Well, not
correct?
specifically for 6th graders. It would be for the entire middle school, 6th, 7th, and 8th, just to go from 1 mile. So just increase that radius, because we do have a lot of people on a wait list that are further away. So, I mean, this is essentially a lose-lose kind of situation, right? So do you have smaller kids that are going to need to walk further, but to the benefit of middle schoolers that are well beyond the 2 mile radius that could get transportation, because at least these kids could walk, but these kids can't walk from, being 5-7 miles away. But on the other hand, certainly understand the concern that because 6th grade, that's just a bit too young. I certainly understand the concern to change the walking distance for 6th grader, because I understand Trustee Sweeney's concern was, well, maybe for some of those kids that do really need it, but we can't have such a subjective kind of criteria, right? It has to be, not everything is black and white, but as much as possible. So certainly understand the hesitation to make a significant change unless you wanted to incorporate 6th graders back into having a different walking distance than the 7th and 8th graders. That's an option. We can also just continue. Certainly not opposed to maybe tabling the idea or seeing what we can work with now that we'll have the formal bus pass system where we'll have actual data and not relying on kind of memory or just note tracking. But that's just kind of what we wanted to bring. It's a tough call, and I certainly understand either way. It's just because the district's boundaries are so wide, because we have one middle school, it was just trying to find a solution where, you know, at least maybe those kids would have a better chance of getting to school, but certainly understand the concern.
Any other questions or comments?
I have a comment. What would it take to keep it at 1 mile and then be able to accommodate the kids in Golden Hills as well?
I don't know, because the thing is that the bus passes, we don't just issue the bus passes for the exact capacity that we have on the bus, right? It kind of just depends on the frequency of the use. So we have taken more on as much as we can deem that it is safe to do so. If it's predictable, the concern is that you might have a rainy day, and then if you issue too many bus passes, now too many kids want to get on, and you exceed the legal capacity, now we're, you know, just kind of stuck. I would not recommend increasing the number of routes. We currently have 11, because just the ability to staff them reliably, predictably, because they have to be there at an exact time on a very specific days, and with, you know, the kind of leave that we offer employees. They're allowed to take leave, they're allowed to be sick, they're allowed to go on vacation, certainly understand, but it does make it hard. Like currently, Miss Denise Berry's not here with me because she has to drive. She has an employee that cannot drive, and so now because of the amount of people that are absent or out, it's just hard to keep up. So you would either have to increase the amount of bus drivers you have, and then just have to take on that maybe 2 might just not have any route to drive today. That's just kind of the concern. It's a bit of a guessing game, but we don't. It's just kind of tough. The only real way to add that would be to add capacity, but we at this point would not feel comfortable saying that we could meet those demands every day.
Okay. So another comment on that is we're not the only district that deals with this struggle, right? Like there's other districts that struggle with bus drivers coming in and out, sick days, you know, vacation, right? We're not the only place that, I mean, you drive through Bakersfield, there's 100 buses on the road at one time, right? There's just hundreds. So my request would be, I think we need to figure it out. We are a very rural, very spread out district. I wouldn't want my 6th, 7th, frankly, even 8th grader walking 2 miles. I think that gives kids a lot of idle time walking downtown and through the town. You gave me the specific you gave us the specific locations for those. That's not easy to travel. It could take a kid 30 minutes to travel that time. You know, I mean, my wife and I go on a walk, and we can walk 10 minutes a mile just walking, but kids aren't going to walk 10 minutes a mile. They're going to walk 20 minutes a mile. You know what I mean? And if they got to wait for the traffic, or if they're on Mill Street, now they're across the tracks, there's trains. I mean, it's a pretty substantial lift. Even though it's downtown, there's generally sidewalks everywhere. I'm definitely not in favor of changing it to 2 miles. I think this should be tabled and brought back with, I think we should staff up. I truly believe we should staff up with, we do it with substitutes, right? It's the same thing. I know it's a little different cost to have a full-time bus driver working or hanging out, but if it's hire another mechanic, get them trained, like they can do more maintenance, they can do other things. Like, I think there needs to be like a creative approach to this where we're not beholden to, well, 3 people called out sick, now we're panicking, and the supervisors are out driving tonight or for a basketball game or whatever. So I think there needs to be a comprehensive look at what other options are there. Because certainly the poor kids in Golden Hills, my gosh, they don't have a choice, right? Their 6th grader lives in Mariposa. He's not walking to school. He's just not going to school, or their parents are struggling, right? And I think busing is something that we have committed to in this community, that we are so spread out that we really need to do everything we can, and you have, right? We're not charging for busing, you know, we're offering bus passes as much as possible, but I would like to see a kind of a, what would the next step be to try to accommodate. I think you could look at it to accommodate the 1 mile radius. In addition to that, I think you could accommodate what Golden Hills needs, but also have backups, right? Backup available for the call-outs, because it's going to happen, right? I mean, if you went down the list and told me how many people called out for the year, that's normal, right? It's natural. Sick time, kids, vacation, whatever. So I think we should be prepared for that.
And so I do want to speak to that because we are. It's when the absence is when it's like a lot at one time, right? If we have 3 bus drivers out in a single day, Denise isn't driving. But when you get to 4, now she is. We do have a mechanic / bus driver position. There was talk about potentially trying to focus on just the mechanic part, but we were really happy with the candidates that we got. Certainly understood that it's an all hands on deck, so sometimes they may need to drive, even though their primary focus will be mechanic. So we're not, you know, going to be. It's not going to be detrimental if people are routinely out. It's just sometimes things do happen, and so just the ability to meet those exact expectations of the bus stops. I certainly wouldn't request not to table, only because this has to be approved by April 1st. I know we do have another board meeting. I forgot, that's a unique one. But we, and I can't speak to the exact plan, but I can just tell you that the transportation supervisor is already prepared for whichever direction we go. You want to keep it at the 1 mile, we're prepared to try to find a solution. She's already kind of been working with the bus driver trainer, the other person that does backup in case we do have some absences. So we're prepared to maintain the walking distances the same. It was just a proposal. The transportation supervisor felt that maybe we weren't meeting the needs of that community, and just seeing what we thought. But like I said, it's, you know, it's you're picking one over the other, and they both have good cases, and certainly understand why you wouldn't want littles, you know, having to walk 2 miles through downtown.
So you're telling me we don't have we have to approve this tonight. It's just a matter of what the content says.
Yeah, the only part that we were proposing to change was the from 1 mile to 2 mile for the middle school. It doesn't have to change. We can put into the plan the original walking distance that's in the board policy, because that's what the board policy says. It was just a recommendation. That's why we brought it for the last meeting, just to get some feedback, you know, and certainly understand that why we would want to keep the original walking distance.
Okay. My vote would be to move it back to 1 mile, or keep it at 1 mile.
Well, if we approve the plan, can we amend it in April? May?
If you can approve the plan with the existing board policy walking distance, that's why that part is highlighted, because it's a proposed change, but certainly can go back to what in the plan, it references what the board policy says. So if the board policy does not change, it would remain the same.
Superintendent Lynch.
The motion that we make, and I think actually Tyler probably is making that motion kind of inadvertently, we can make a motion to approve the transportation plan amended back to the previous distances, which I think is what he just said to do. And then if you vote on it, then it's already approved, and you don't have to go back and do it in April.
I could also bring it at the March meeting, just with the exact.
And then I have another idea, full of ideas today. Can we give I don't even know if this is legal. Can we give, when bus passes are sold,
They're not sold.
or passed out, I'm sorry, old dog, new tricks. When they're passed out, can we designate days for CV parents? People whose students live in the CV area. And then a few days later, Golden Hills. So that I would rather, if we leave the walking distance the same, I would rather have the students that live in that 1 to 2 mile distance be affected instead of students at Golden Hills. Because I'm also wondering, how many students are we losing to charter schools because they just can't get the transportation? I don't know.
I see what you're saying. That's kind of the difference, I guess, between home to school transportation and like transit, right? Would be that can vary versus the you don't want to be in a situation, at least like as a bus driver, right, where there's someone that it's not their day, but they're at the bus stop. And so that's because we've also kind of talked about, well, what about the rider consistency? Well, if you don't ride in 20 days, then your bus passes, you're back on the waiting list. But now you have people with bus passes, and then we get put in a situation where, a bus driver's not going to leave a kid, right? No. And so, but then you're also going to potentially impact capacity. That's why it's really tough. That's it's a challenge, but certainly willing to just work with we've made it work for these years, and we can continue to. It was just something that we thought we'd bring to the attention of the board.
Any other questions or comments?
I do.
Trustee Christensen.
First of all, do we have the equipment? Do we have extra buses? It's not like they're extra, I know, but I mean, do you have one sitting there? So if one of the drivers is out, he loads up and he can say, hey, look, I've only got 4 seats left. Communicate to the barn and say, look, I've got 4 seats left and I'm full. Send another bus out.
Okay, so I don't know the exact way. Sorry, I sent Denise home because she's
okay.
going to be
No,
up
that's
at
fine, that's
3:30 in the morning. But we have not had an issue with leaving someone behind. Do we have buses? Yes, we have 2 spare buses.
Okay.
They're either used to fill in for if one bus for regular home to school transportation is down. They're also used for field trips, athletic trips primarily. You
Right.
take the football team to, far.
Okay.
And so, but yeah, they don't usually have an issue. We're pretty not super conservative because we try to get as many riders in as possible.
Right.
The issue is just that at the start of the school year, we don't issue 1,600 bus passes, right? We're issuing 1,000. And then as we see the riders, kind of the flow of their, like kind of their rhythm, right? Okay,
Yeah.
These kids from these neighborhoods are only half of them are riding, or all right, these have a lot, and then we start adding from the wait list.
You're just watching the data points to see how many times it hits.
Yes, and that's
Okay.
why we're excited for the bus pass system, because then it'll be very specific. So we'd be able to add people off the wait list sooner, because that data we wouldn't have to wait like a week or 2. We would be able to tell pretty quickly.
Okay. And the other thing you said is that you were trying to get, do you have other like backup drivers? Or do you have, if you've got a bus, it's starting to rain, like today, it was raining this morning and then it quit. And then all of a sudden it started pouring again. In those kind of situations, do you guys have backup drivers? What I'm looking at is a plan that you guys can put together without costing any more money, and yet still being able to service the kids, getting them in and out, okay, and not putting the parents into a position where it's like, well, I can't go to work today, I gotta take the kid to school, or I gotta be late to work, because I know my boss used to get mad at me when I show up late at work. So the parent shows up late, but it was my child. Well, this is like the 4th time this week, So, and then the other thing is do the buses have radios on them? What are the comms that are used to connect back and forth?
Yes, so we just recently upgraded the radios in order to reach the entire district boundary.
Right.
They were unfortunately having to relay at one point. That's one of the big investments that we've made this year, is improving the radios. And then also increasing our bus capacity. We used to have 10 routes, now we're at 11.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is just that, there just aren't enough qualified bus drivers. We do have a bus driver training program. We pay them
Right.
to learn how to become bus drivers. It's just not for everybody. What we're finding is that we onboard 2 new trainees, and then we lose 2 people for various reasons.
Okay.
And so it's just it's just kind of the nature. Most of our work, if I don't do it today, most of the time I can do it tomorrow.
Right.
In that field, it's
Every single
one time. Yes. So that's just kind of the concern, is in order to be predictable. So yeah, if we have a good amount of absences, like we can still figure it out.
Right.
Denise is a professional. She finds ways to, so in the example that you were giving, they would usually try to call another nearby driver that might have the ability to pick them up.
Mhm.
You know, so sometimes, yeah, okay, bus is going to be 10 minutes late, but we didn't leave any kids at a stop.
Right.
That will happen. So we haven't really had any issues of leaving kids or anything like that. It's just been kind of the at the beginning of the school year, if you didn't sign up when the information went out from instructional services to do the income survey that also includes the bus application, you know, it's kind of the people that are on our wait list are either people that recently moved in and then signed up or asked for a bus pass, typically like after the school year had already started. But it's just that first month is really tense for a lot of parents for the exact reasons you were giving, right? Like they just don't have that flexibility in their own
Right.
professional lives, and that could put a stress on them. And so eventually we do find a way. It's just hard because you can't over-issue too many bus passes at once.
Last question, the buses that service that area that you're talking about in Golden Hills, what size buses are you running out there?
Standard.
How many head
72. Well, for the middle schoolers, the issue is that the capacity for bigger kids, because you know it's different for the littles.
Right.
But you can fit about 55. We try not to get too far over.
Okay, so the 14 that are sitting currently on the wait list would fill up roughly a half a bus, maybe 2/3, or actually a third to a half.
Yeah, like a quarter-ish.
Okay.
Do they ever, yeah, again, I'm sorry, were you done?
Yeah,
Go on his point. What's the biggest bus, and is there ever 3 to a seat? Because when I was principal at JMS, there were many days when they were short on drivers, and they had to combine routes, and it was 3 to a seat, and every seat had 3.
Yes.
Okay, so I think you can get more than 50.
Again, it depends on how many riders, right? So the amount of bus passes that we issue and then the amount of active riders we have, right? It's going to vary. If you do have, Friday, right? That's a very popular day for taking transportation, especially in secondary, right? So because we can't predict them, because it's free and open to anybody, you know, it makes it hard to be able to predict. So we have kind of like a range. It's kind of like, I don't know, if you play golf, you know you're not going to hit it exactly here. So you're like, okay, if I miss it far left, at least I won't be in the trees. I'll be in this open area. And then if I hit it too far right, at least I won't be too far away from the green, right? It's the same kind of idea. We issue enough bus passes and account for the most amount of riders that we have based on the other routes, and try to limit it to that. So you could have a bus route that we've accepted 110, but that we've issued 110 bus passes for, because we feel comfortable that the range, even on a busy day, won't go beyond the capacity that Ms. Berry's comfortable with.
Anyone else? So trustee Napier, do you want to make a motion to table or take Superintendent Lynch's suggestion on a motion? And that was a while ago.
Yeah, I mean, if we can approve it with remaining at 1 mile, I would approve it tonight, but otherwise I would table it.
Okay.
So I don't remember what,
So we're making a motion to keep with the current policy. I'll make the motion that we keep with the current
I'll
policy.
second that.
It was motioned by Clerk Wood and seconded by trustee Napier.
Oh, hold on.
Just real
yeah.
quick, just for the record, could the language include that the transportation plan is being approved?
Yes.
Just checking.
Yes, so the motion is for the transportation, to approve the transportation plan as it currently states, keeping the walking distance as it has been. All right, we had again, a motion by Clerk Wood, seconded by trustee Napier, to approve the plan as I just said. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Mr. Intezari. You got one more. Probably not as much discussion on this one. Approval of declaring certain district property as surplus obsolete, M&O, TILA, and technology.
Thank you, President Kaminsky. The Maintenance Department, Technology, and TILA would like to declare the listed items surplus, and those with value would be auctioned, and those with no estimated value would be disposed of. We seek your approval.
Any questions or comments from the board? And my computer is...
Yeah, mine
Oh,
too.
okay.
Everything
No,
just stopped.
mine's still loading. It's been loading for about 20 seconds.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's a roll call vote, so,
I'll make a motion.
you may, yeah, okay. To approve the,
Sure.
oh, there we go. To approve declaring certain district property as surplus obsolete, M&O, TILA, and technology. We have a motion from trustee Napier and a second from
Kelly.
trustee, Vice President Kelly is a second, and it's a roll call vote. Ms. Barnes?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Christensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney absent.
Thank you, Mr. Intezari. Mrs. Paxton? Oh, I'm sorry, passed 6-0. I don't know who's more tired, my computer or me. And I'd read this off, but information item, requests for extended field learning experience.
Okay. Per Board Policy 6153, all field trips that extend 100 miles or more beyond the boundaries of the school district shall be subject to the approval of the superintendent. Listed for the board's approval is the superintendent's approval of the following: Tehachapi High School's JV and varsity baseball team to Central High School athletic contest in Fresno, California on March 7th. Tehachapi High School varsity mathletes team to Bishop Union High School mathletes competition in Bishop on March 12th, 2025. Tehachapi High School's JV and varsity baseball team to St. Joseph's High School baseball tournament in Santa Maria on March 15th. Tehachapi High School Astronomy Club to the California Science Museum and Griffith Observatory in Los Angeles on March 21st. Tehachapi High School's Jazz Band to Liberty Middle School Jazz Band Festival and Adjudication in Lemoore on April 3rd.
Any questions or comments from the board? My only request, it's not a big deal, but I was nitpicked by board members when I was a principal and making presentations for something that already occurred. So the baseball going to Fresno the other day should have been on, that's not on you, but we want to make sure, that's just my request. And it's, again, it's
Yeah, we can't really control that because I don't always get these in time.
You just might
And
wanna-
it's just an informational item that you
Right.
guys are aware of, so.
yeah, it's just a nitpicky.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 2, first read of coursework, Introduction to Fashion and Interior Design.
Okay. The Visual and Performing Arts VAPA Department at Tehachapi High School would like to offer a new class, Introduction to Fashion and Interior Design. This course is designed for the students interested in a career in fashion, textiles, or interior design. This course covers the basics of physical, psychological, social, and cultural reasons for how we dress, the elements and principles of design, textiles, and selection for apparel and home use. This is a year-long elective course for students in grades 9 through 12. One semester will focus on interior design and the other semester on fashion design. This course will fulfill a visual and performing arts requirement.
Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, we can go to number 3, approval of adoption of fashion design textbook.
The teaching staff of Tehachapi High School has reviewed and recommended the following textbook for adoption: Fashion Fundamentals, a teaching and learning guide. The board previously approved the 30-day public review of this textbook on January 9th. The textbook was presented to Citizens Task Force, and Citizens Task Force was in support of the adoption.
Any questions or comments from the board? I knew I shouldn't have clicked. Is there a motion to approve the adoption of the fashion design textbook?
Kelly, make a motion.
Second.
This is motion by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Christensen. The board approve the fashion design textbook as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. I'm sorry, what? Oh, no, mine just passed. Because I can't. Roll call vote, Ms. Barnes?
President Kaminsky.
Aye.
Vice President Kelly.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Cooper.
Aye.
Trustee Christensen.
Aye.
Trustee Napier.
Aye.
Trustee Sweeney absent.
Motion carries 6-0. Let's see. On number 4.
Yes.
Yeah. Approval of interior design textbook for 30-day public review.
The teaching staff of Tehachapi High School has reviewed and recommended the following textbook for adoption: the Interior Design Handbook, Furnish, Decorate, and Style Your Space. This book would cover the second portion of the course of Interior and Fashion Design. Pursuant to Board Policy 6161.1, all recommended instructional materials shall be available for public inspection at the district office.
Any questions or comments from the board? Do I have a motion to approve the interior design textbook for 30-day public review?
Move.
I'll second.
It was motion by Trustee Christensen and seconded by Clerk Wood. The board approved the interior design textbooks for 30-day public review. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Number 5, approval of 30-day public review of transitional kindergarten curriculum.
Instructional Services convened a committee comprised of transitional kindergarten teachers from the elementary sites to evaluate curriculum choices. Members of the committee have reviewed and recommended for adoption Benchmark Ready to Advance curriculum for the elementary transitional kindergarten curriculum adoption. Benchmark Ready to Advance has provided links where educational partners can log in to review the curriculum digitally. A physical sample is available at the district office.
Any questions or comments from the board? I found it very interesting with how that's a lot of work that teacher is going to be for those little 3-year-olds. A lot of
It's going to be new, that's
A
for
lot of
sure.
oral stuff. It was
Yeah.
very interesting. Do I have a motion to approve the 30-day public review of transitional kindergarten curriculum as presented?
Motion.
Second.
It was motioned by Trustee Cooper and seconded by Trustee Christensen that the board approve the 30-day public review of transitional kindergarten curriculum as presented. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Number 6, approval of Citizens Task Force, CTF, nominee and appointee for 2025.
The district seeks approval on 2 Citizens Task Force nominees to serve on behalf of a board member and Cummings Valley.
Any questions or comments from the board? Do I have a motion to approve the nominee and the appointee for 2025 on the Citizens Task Force as presented.
Kelly, I make the motion.
Second.
It was motioned by Vice President Kelly, seconded by Trustee Christensen to approve the Citizens Task Force nominee and appointee for 2025. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Mrs.
Thank
Paxton. Future items. Any trustee have a future item either for staff or
Yeah, so we
future
had-
meeting?
I think earlier we had mentioned that we're going to put the RTI on the future items. I would just like to make sure that that includes the funding source, please.
I'm going to double on that. I think we need a closed session because there'll be personnel involved for the RTI. So anything we need to be in closed session. And I'll discuss with as many trustees as I can, which is 2, and Superintendent Lynch, what my feelings on it. I also want to...
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Point of
Trustee Maple.
clarification. We're going to be in closed session and open session for the RTI, right?
No.
Yeah, we're not going to just only do closed session for the RTI
If
conversation.
we're talking about personnel, it has to be in closed
That's
session.
fine, but this whole discussion about the process and what we're doing is not going to be in closed session.
No.
Okay.
I'd like a report from principals on what they cover on those, when it's district directed early release Wednesdays.
Just in the past, or what they?
Just this year.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Paxton. It would help out principal at JMS since he wasn't here for the first couple months. So. All right, thank you. Anyone else? Mrs. Bailey, you're up. Lunch.
I already made that
directed
request.
We already-
I already made that request during the
Right.
agenda, during that item.
Right.
I will also follow up with an email to the board president and the superintendent.
All right. Our quote this evening is from Dufour, and I'm going to read it. In a PLC, the fundamental purpose and the reason for collaboration is to ensure all students learn at high levels. Not most students, not all the regular education students, not all the students who come to school ready to learn or who show proper effort and self-responsibility. All students. Okay, so at our school this year, we have been working on creating effective professional learning communities, and there are several key foundational ideas which need to be shared by those collaborating to improve student outcomes, and this is one of them. And we have to believe that this is true. And I think for educators who question the validity of this quote, and I don't think it's difficult to do, I'd ask, what do we see as our role in the lives and education of our students? What is our role? And I think we can agree that it's not to limit the potential of our students. They will decide how much they can and will accomplish, but they need us to believe in them. And they need us to do our work with high and great expectations. So that's what I will leave with tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bailey, and thank you for bringing the PLCs. They were at Golden Hills way in the day, and I'm glad to see you going forward with this. And I'm at the last item, which is adjournment at 9:17.